Chapter 125. A flying car flew a few hundred meters above the ground at a speed of about 2,000 kilometers per hour. It was 2 to 3 times faster than the speed of the national aircraft 200 years ago. However, it was still a far cry from those warships that could travel tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. Even so, the price of this flying car had reached more than 5 million star dollars. The car was 7 meters long, and it could accommodate 5 people. It could also carry some supplies. The entire body was forged with high-tech alloy, and it was somewhat similar to a fighter jet. It could be sold for 20 to 30 million star dollars in the outside world. The only flaw was that it didn't have a weapon system. It could only carry people and couldn't attack. It was bought by everyone in the 10 Direction squad. It was suitable for traveling and leaving the human base to seek wealth in further places. It was impossible to develop on the Emperor's star on a large scale because of the gravity. Ordinary soldiers and workers would only die if they came. Therefore, the Star Sky University was built here to let these powerful students, the reserve elites of humanity, develop and collect resources. Jiang Li and his teammates were now heading to the place where the Vulcan birds roamed. They wanted to catch a few birds alive to earn money and exchange them for points to buy spirit stones for training. To subdue a live Vulcan bird, they had to use hypnosis. Fortunately, the 5 teammates were the best. Jiang Li and Li Jun were both in the minor meditation realm. The others were in the 3rd stage of deep sleep and had high attainments in hypnosis. Attention! We've reached the forest where the Vulcan birds roam. After flying for about 2 hours, they were getting further and further away from the human base. He saw a tall and endless mountain range appear in front of him. He knew that he had arrived at a primeval forest that no one had developed. Jiang Li's eyes were sharp, and he could see many strange-looking animals, as well as huge beasts hibernating in the forest. He even saw a giant elephant 10 times the size of an earth elephant. Its long trunk sucked water from a lake and sprayed it tens of meters into the air, forming clouds. This was the Emperor elephant. It was extremely powerful and could only be born on the Emperor's star. However, it wasn't valuable and difficult to carry around. Generally, no team would try to catch it. We have to land the car. This is already the territory of the Vulcan bird. Anything that flies over the territory will be attacked by the Vulcan birds in flocks. They are huge, and the flames they spray can melt metal. Although our cars are insulated and won't be melted, it will still be damaged if we are attacked for a long time. Li Jun looked at the vast primeval forest. To capture the fire god bird, we must use hypnosis. I am an intermediate hypnotist, and so is Jiang Li. Therefore, the 2 of us will be the main force. Lu Jiejia, Yang Miaoyu, Yu Kaitian. The 3 of you will practice the mind communication technique. Overlay your minds and perform a joint hypnosis. All right. The car began to descend onto the land, but there was no landing spot below. It was just a dense jungle. Yang Miaoyu drove the car and complained, "Where's there a place to park? Do we have to park on a tree? Are you stupid? Hee, look at your brother's methods." Yu Tiankai raised his eyebrows, opened the window, and threw out a bomb. Rumble. The earth trembled, and a forest of about 10 square meters was blasted open, revealing a barren depression that could be used for parking. This was a tubular fuel-air explosive bomb. Its power had been improved many times, and it was purely made of high-energy compressed gas. It could even shatter rocks. It was perfect for opening up an open space in the forest. The flying car landed steadily. The 5 of them walked out of the car and put on low martial mecha. This could prevent the invasion of poisonous snakes, bugs, bacteria, and poisonous substances. In the jungles of the Emperor's star, the most dangerous thing was the poisonous miasma. It was invisible and formless, but it could corrode people's skin as if it was exposed to sulfuric acid. It could only be avoided by wearing a mecha. The low martial mecha of Starry Sky University were not only made of metal, but also had a layer of anti-chemical film inside, which could resist poisonous substances and bacteria. Similarly, the bacteria on the Emperor's star were also very powerful. Fortunately, after a person's vitality exceeded 1, the body's immune cells were very powerful, and killing bacteria was a piece of cake. The fire god bird has appeared. The 5 of them had just settled down when they saw a blazing flame in the distant sky. This flame was made up of many large birds, and each of them had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. They had wide wings, majestic feathers, and a mighty appearance. They really looked like the fire god. Jiangli secretly observed and found that the flock of fire god birds came out to hunt in groups. They flew high in the sky, and when they found their prey, they suddenly swooped down like an arrow. When they were still tens of meters above the ground, they let out a clear whistle and spat out a pillar of fire. After burning the prey to death, they would eat the essence of the body and then abandon it in the wilderness. Jiangli spread out his consciousness and found that the fire god birds' attacks were accurate, just like martial arts masters. Every attack would not miss, and even the big pythons in the jungle would not be able to escape. He just found that a 10-meter-long python was cooked by the fire god bird with a mouthful of fire. Then, the fire god bird flew straight down, scratched its skin with its claws, took out the snake's gallbladder, and swallowed it. Pay attention. The fire god birds have discovered us and are treating us as prey. We have to dodge the flames they spit out, or else they will burn us. Although the mecha will not melt, the heat can cook us. Li Jun looked at the flock of fire god birds in the sky approaching. Among them, 6 or 7 flew toward them, obviously treating them as prey. The fire god birds were very sensitive and seemed to know that the 5 of them had spiritual energy. Eating their meat would definitely be very nourishing. 6 fire god birds swooped down. Jiang Li's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his consciousness shot out, reaching a height of 100 meters. Taking advantage of the fact that the fire god birds had yet to spit flames, he invaded their brains. In the blink of an eye, all 6 fire god birds were invaded by his consciousness and slowly descended. So fast, Li Jun was dumbfounded. I haven't even made a move yet, and your hypnosis is so strong? The 6 fire god birds landed in the jungle with strong winds and stood beside Jiang Li. Each of them was 5 meters tall and had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. They were simply giant birds that could look down on humans. But now, these 6 fire god birds were extremely docile. They rubbed and rubbed against Jiang Li as if they were pets. Ordinary intermediate hypnotists wouldn't be able to do this. It was a pity that Jiang Li wasn't an ordinary intermediate hypnotist. For example, Chu Shan could only hypnotize 200 to 300 people a day, but he could hypnotize 3,000 people on Earth. After arriving at the Emperor's Star, he had gone through 10 days of devilish training, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and merging it into his cells. His brain cells were strengthened once again, and his consciousness could be extended even further, allowing him to hypnotize even more people at once. Now, he alone was equivalent to more than 10 intermediate hypnotists. This was where his true potential lied. The brain of the universe flickered slightly, subduing all sentient beings. I can subdue and tame around 30 fire god birds at once. Any more, and it will be hard to control them one by one. The consciousness of these fire god birds are much stronger than humans. Jiang Li let out a long cry again. His voice was sharp like an arrow shooting into the clouds, and the flock of fire god birds flew down. The flock of fire god birds gathered in an empty space in the forest, and all of them were chirping loudly and fighting to be the first to bow to Jiang Li. Even if the fire god birds were sold, they would still be reared by a wealthy person. Every day, they would be fed with super nutritious liquid, and their bodies would become stronger, and their lifespan would also increase. My God, 30, a total of 30. Lu Jejia couldn't believe her eyes. Each of them could be sold for 5 million star dollars. 10 of them would be 50 million, and 30 of them would be 150 million. Just like that, they had earned 100 million star dollars. The 4 of them were stunned as they looked at the flock of giant fire god birds. It was like a dream, and they were immersed in ecstasy. Let's go. Let's go quickly. We have to capture so many fire god birds at once. It will be bad if the Bird King is alarmed. If the Bird King comes looking for us, we will all be wiped out. Suddenly, Li Jun seemed to have thought of something, and he was the first to regain his senses. He said solemnly, "In the past, There was an extremely powerful student team that captured fire god birds wantonly, but it attracted the Bird King. It chased them crazily and burned them to ashes with a mouthful of flames. The Bird King is more than 100 times stronger than ordinary birds. We are definitely not a match for it. Zhongli thought of the Rakshasa King. However, the life forms on Emperor Star were much stronger than those on Rakshasa Planet. In every group of life forms, there would definitely be a king. This was a special characteristic of the life forms on Emperor Star. Let's go. Just as Jiang Li and the others were about to return with the 30 fire god birds, an earth-shattering cry suddenly echoed in the distant mountain range. This sound was like a dragon's roar, and a huge flame soared into the sky from a mountain range like a volcanic eruption. Jiang Li saw a giant bird soar into the sky like a cloud of fire, and it swooped over. When it spread its wings, it was more than 50 meters wide. With a slight flap, the airwaves in the sky formed many whirlpools, and some trees were even uprooted. Oh my God, this is the fire god Bird King. Jiang Li was almost stunned when he saw this. He suddenly came to his senses. All of you run quickly. Get on the car and leave with the 30 fire god birds. I will lure the fire god Bird King away, or else none of us will be able to leave. My hypnosis can affect the fire god Bird King's brain so that it won't chase after you. This way, you can quickly escape. What about you? Li Jin quickly asked. Don't worry about me. I have a way to escape. Let's go. Zhongli patted the car and sent the other 4 onto the flying car. He then gave an order. All the fire god birds, follow them back to the human base. These 30 tamed fire god birds must not be left behind, or else all their efforts would be for naught. As for the fire god Bird King, Zhongli had to lure it away. Roar! Zhongli leaped up and scuttled into the depths of the forest. At the same time, he let out a loud roar that soared into the sky, suppressing the long roar of the fire god Bird King. Indeed, when the fire god Bird King heard his roar, it chased after him from the sky. At the same time, the 30 fire god birds and the flying car flew off into the distance. Jiang Li's roar had already pushed the thunderous sound of the great emperor's thunder seal to the extreme. As he roared, his body swelled up a lot. The airwaves that were released from the roar blasted all the trees within 5 steps away into dust with him as the epicenter. This sound was projected into the sky, and it stunned the fire god Bird King. Its flying speed was reduced by 10 times. Because Jiang Li's thunderous sound could create illusions, the fire god Bird King saw a scene of violent thunder and lightning exploding everywhere. The sky and earth changed color, and it was pitch black. It didn't dare to act rashly, afraid that it would fly into the clouds of lightning. With regards to the power of nature's thunder and lightning, the fire god Bird King would only be more fearful. Chapter 126. The Flamingo Bird King let out a clear cry. Instantly, all the clouds in the sky and the illusions were shattered. Jiang Li's body shook, and he ran with all his might. As he ran, he let out angry cries from time to time to attract the Flamingo Bird King's attention so that it wouldn't chase after the team. As long as he could delay it for a while, the team would be able to return to the base with the 30 flamingo birds. They would reap huge profits, and he would be able to escape. If he could capture the Flamingo Bird King, the reward would be huge, and he would gain a lot of points. However, it would be great if Jiang Li could escape with his life, let alone capture it. When he used his hypnosis, although he could temporarily obstruct the Fire Divine Bird King, every time this 50-meter-wide giant bird encountered an illusion, it would let out a clear cry. With the majesty of sweeping away a group of demons, not only would the illusion immediately disappear, Jiang Li's heart would also feel as if it was being pricked by a needle, causing him to feel a dull pain. He knew that the Flamingo Bird King's spiritual power was very strong, but it hadn't developed intelligence and didn't know how to cultivate. Otherwise, it would be 10 times stronger. A normal flamingo bird was nothing, but the Flamingo Bird King was a natural mutant. It was a leader-level creature on the Emperor Star, and its cry was earth-shattering. Naturally, it had majesty and momentum. Jiang Li was running quickly. His current running speed could reach 300 kilometers per hour, but compared to the Flamingo Bird King's flying speed, it was nothing. Moreover, there were many obstacles on the ground, and it was difficult to use his movement skills in the primeval forest. However, because it was a primeval forest, the dense trees blocked the flamingo bird king's huge body, and it was difficult for it to land. Poof! The flamingo bird king flew above Jiang Li and suddenly spat out a mouthful of flames. The flames were like a fire dragon, sweeping across the area. All the trees were set on fire, and it created a forest fire. If it was a normal person, they would have been buried in the flames. Fortunately, Jiang Li was wearing a mecha. He jumped, and the flames only left a few marks on the mecha. The jet engine behind the mecha was activated, and he flew quickly in the forest, avoiding the impact of the flames. As long as the flames didn't hit him directly, the mecha wouldn't melt. Unfortunately, this was a low martial mecha. If it had been a supersonic mecha, Jiang Li felt that he would be able to put up a fight against the flamingo bird king. The fire god bird king pursued relentlessly, spitting out flames from time to time. Sometimes, Jiang Li couldn't dodge in time and was swept by some of the shock waves from the violent flames. The surface of the metal mech was filled with dents, and the body wrapped inside the mech was also scorching hot. Fortunately, his body was strong. If it was someone with vitality below 2, he would have been roasted. Beep, beep, beep. Mecha is severely damaged. About to lose power system. Please remove immediately to avoid falling from high altitudes and accidents, the mecha's AI said. Although low martial mecha were sturdy, it would be dangerous if they lost their power systems. This would cause their movements to be even slower, and they would be easily captured by the Fire Divine Bird King. Even with Jiang Li's explosive power, he could dismantle a low-level mecha with his bare hands, let alone the Vulcan Bird King. Kacha! Jiang Li hurriedly pressed the button, and the mech began to disintegrate. It fell off his body layer by layer, and his body leapt out. After that, the Vulcan Bird King in the sky spat out another mouthful of flames. The scarlet flames swept across the ground, and the mech was melted into a pile of liquid metal. Some of the stones on the ground were softened, showing signs of turning into magma. Oh my god, if this were to spray on my body, I would definitely evaporate on the spot. After losing his mech, Jiang Li appeared to be in a sorry state. This was because the mech could protect him from the shock waves of the flames, and it also had a power system that allowed him to fly at low altitudes. Although he was agile now, he was in extreme danger after losing the outer layer of protection. Other things aside, what if he fainted from the miasma in the forest? Once he fainted, the Vulcan Bird King would spit fire. Even if he was 10 times stronger, it would be useless. At this moment, more than an hour had passed since Li Zhen's group of 4 had left, and the Vulcan Bird King was relentlessly chasing after him. Jiang Li's body was like an ape fleeing in the forest. Luckily, the frequency at which the Vulcan Bird King spat out flames had decreased. It seemed that spitting out too much fire had depleted the energy stored in its body. Jiang Li's entire body was charred black, and there was even the smell of barbecued meat coming from some parts of his body. This was from being burned. It wasn't that he had been spat out by the Vulcan Bird King directly, but that he had been burned by the forest fire while fleeing. Every time the Vulcan Bird King spat out a mouthful of flames, it would cause a forest fire. When Jiang Li smelled the smell of barbecued meat on his body, he was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Sooner or later, he would also roast this stupid bird to vent his anger. At this moment, his ears twitched, and he could vaguely hear the roaring sound of flowing water in front of him. Instantly, his spirits rose. It must be a waterfall, or a large river. I'm finally saved. The Vulcan Bird King was good at spitting fire, but it would definitely be helpless against water. If a large river appeared in front of him, Jiang Li would definitely be safe if he jumped into the river. He had the milky white stone, and after entering the embryonic breathing state, he could stay underwater forever, similar to a fish. As expected, he jumped onto a big tree and saw a large river in front of him. It was tens of kilometers wide, and it was vast and mighty. The water gushed, and the waves came one after another, sweeping up to a height of 5 to 6 meters. The surging and roaring river surged towards the distance, flowing for thousands of miles. He immediately jumped quickly, and with a violent fling in midair, he released Khanate Gang Chi, causing his body to barely glide. It felt a little like the land leaping technique. Whoosh! He dove into the large river, and in an instant, he disappeared into the depths of the raging waves. And the Vulcan Bird King swooped down and spat out another mouthful of flames, but it was already too late. The flames swept across the surface of the river, and a large amount of water vapor was evaporated, forming a faint mist. It was hazy and very beautiful. It was a pity that this had no effect on the person it wanted to kill. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Although the Vulcan Bird King was powerful, in the face of this surging river, it could only stare and lament. Zhongli sank into the river and immediately put the milky white stone in his mouth, successfully entering the embryonic breathing state. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged and converged, shuttling back and forth in the cells of his body. The waves in the middle of the river were extremely strong, and the undercurrent was turbulent. Fortunately, his body was strong, and he stabilized after a slight movement. He radiated his mental energy and discovered that the Vulcan Bird King was still circling above the river, unwilling to leave. He was not discouraged, knowing that the Vulcan Bird King did not dare to come down. The longer it circled, the safer Li Jun and the others would be. In order to prevent the Vulcan Bird King from leaving, Zhongli suddenly drilled out of the water and let out a long cry, which reverberated far away, louder than the sound of the wind and waves. The Vulcan Bird King had an illusion of thunder rumbling in front of its eyes again, and knew that it was the person in front of it who was playing tricks. It could not help but be furious, and with a sharp cry, it swooped down. It did not spit out flames, but grabbed with its claws, as if it was trying to catch a fish, wanting to catch Zhongli. However, Zhongli twisted his body, and like a fish, he drilled into the bottom of the river, causing the Vulcan bird to grab air. Just like this, the Vulcan Bird King seemed to be tired, and with a sudden glide, it stood on the branch of a big tree by the river to rest, waiting for Zhongli to drill out again. This bird is really shrewd. Zhongli cursed. No matter how he drilled out of the river to provoke it, the Vulcan Bird King remained unmoved and only coldly stared at him. About 2 hours later, the burns on Zhongli's skin began to heal due to absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it had already become as clean as new. He sank to the bottom of the river, and his mental energy swept out. He discovered that the bottom of the river was very calm, and there were many strange creatures and big fish swimming around. Some even wanted to attack him, but with a sweep of his mental energy, these big ferocious fish became his protectors instead. What should I do? Now that I have to leave the bottom of the river, I will still be chased by the Vulcan Bird King. This big bird seems to have its eyes on me, and it will not rest until I die. I have to do some research. At the bottom of the river, Zhongli opened the optical computer chip and began to search for information. The optical computer displayed the information of the Vulcan Bird King. Powerful, intelligent, good at hunting, extremely patient, and one of the most vengeful creatures on the Imperial Star. In order to capture strong prey that annoyed it, it would often wait for a few months. F***CK. Zhongli almost cursed. If this thing waited for a few months, what was he going to do? The Vulcan Bird King's vision was extremely wide, and it could see things up to 100 kilometers away. He had no way of coming out from the bottom of the river. No matter how far he went, as long as he came out, he would be discovered by the Vulcan Bird King. In terms of patience, he could not outlast this big bird. In terms of speed, he was completely outclassed. In terms of combat ability, even if the Vulcan Bird King did not spit fire, it could still scratch him to death. What should he do? He hid underwater for another 3 hours, and the Vulcan Bird King was still in the same place. In the distance, there were many more Vulcan birds flying over, and in their beaks, there were huge fiery red fruits for the Vulcan Bird King to eat. This was a type of flame vermilion fruit. It contained a special substance that was stored in the Vulcan Bird King's body, and it could store flames. However, humans could not eat it. Once they ate it, their entire body would spontaneously combust. The Vulcan Bird King ate many of the fruits and became energetic. It flew up and circled around, not giving Jiangli any chance to escape. Ding dong. A message came from the optical computer chip. Jiangli, we have arrived at the base. Where are you now? Is it dangerous? No, please answer me. Also, 30 Vulcan birds have been sold for 150 million star dollars. We have discussed it. You take 100 million, and the remaining 50 million will be split among the four of us. Is that okay? Sure, you guys can split it up. I am now at the bottom of a large river, avoiding the attacks of the Vulcan Bird King. This bird has its eyes on me, so don't come over. I will think of a way to escape. Don't worry. Jiangli quickly replied and turned off the optical computer chip. He did not want his teammates to come over and cause trouble for him. Another few hours passed, and it was nighttime. Jiangli continued to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The aura within his body became more and more tyrannical, and his brain cells became much clearer. He felt that his spirit cultivation had advanced to the next level. All of a sudden, Jiangli's mind moved, and a somewhat crazy idea appeared in his mind. He quietly drilled out of the water and prepared to escape. At this moment, with a swoosh, the Vulcan Bird King swooped down with its fastest speed and clawed down with its claws. However, its claws missed, and its body actually fell into the depths of a huge black hole. The black hole immediately closed, and the Vulcan Bird King disappeared without a trace. This scene was extremely strange. The huge Vulcan Bird King disappeared into thin air just like that. It had obviously caught Jiangli, and victory was in its grasp. However, it did not expect that it had stepped into a trap. Done. Pack up. Jiangli leaped out of the river with a milky white stone in his hand. At this moment, in the depths of the stone space, a bewildered Vulcan Bird King appeared. It turned out that Jiangli had secretly used his spirit illusion to create an illusion on the river surface. At the same time, he had opened up the space within the milky white stone and enlarged the door. At this moment, the Vulcan Bird King had rushed in and entered the depths of the space. The space door closed, and the Vulcan Bird King was imprisoned in the depths. The space was over 1,000 square meters, and it was 10 meters tall. There was still some space for the Vulcan Bird King, and it could not be considered crowded. It furiously spat out flames, but it was a pity that it was of no use. The flames did not have any effect in the space. After struggling for a while, the Vulcan Bird King was also tired. It knew that it was imprisoned, and it calmed down. Its eyes were constantly spinning, as if it was thinking of a way. Chapter 127. Jiangli had managed to capture the Fire God Bird King and imprison it in the depths of space. From this, it could be seen that strength was still inferior to intelligence. Humans had relied on intelligence to stand at the top of the food chain. They had developed powerful methods and evolved to become the rulers of the planet today. Although the Fire God Bird King was intelligent, it was still lacking compared to a human elite like Jiangli. It was like an ancient beast that had fallen into a hunter's trap and couldn't escape. However, it wouldn't be easy to tame it. It would be a pity to let the Fire God Bird King starve to death in space. Moreover, if he could tame such a mighty and handsome bird king that could move at the speed of sound, Jiangli would be able to obtain many benefits on the Imperial planet. Immediately, he sent his thoughts into the space within the stone and formed an illusion in front of the Fire God Bird King. At the same time, a wave of spirit force seeped into the Fire God Bird King's mind. Now, you're already imprisoned by me. However, I won't hurt you. How about we be friends? As an intermediate hypnotist, Jiangli had the ability to communicate with sentient beings. Human, you're willing to let me go? Are you going to tame me? Unfortunately, you're too weak. I won't be tamed by you. The Fire God Bird King sent out a disdainful spirit force. Compared to ordinary fire god birds, it was much more intelligent. Some creatures didn't have intelligence. It was difficult to communicate with them telepathically. They only knew simple kindness and malice. These creatures couldn't be enlightened and couldn't cultivate. For simple creatures like centipedes, scorpions, and mosquitoes, even if they were taught crystal meditation in their dreams, it would be useless. I'm not taming you. I'm just making friends with you. Jiangli guided him patiently. He knew what to say at this time. With your intelligence, you probably know how powerful humans are. Oomph. Of course humans are powerful, especially you extraterrestrial demons. You haven't done anything good ever since you came to this planet. You've killed and plundered everywhere, destroying the environment. Who knows how many of our fire god birds you've captured? How dare you think that I'll burn you to death as soon as I get out? The fire god bird king's words were fierce, untamed, and straightforward. I can teach you cultivation and make you stronger. Don't you want to become stronger? Zhongli tempted it again. Cultivation is for freedom. If I wanted to cultivate, I would have followed the students of the Great Qian Academy. But I'm only willing to soar in the sky. I'm not a normal fire god bird. I'm the bird king. The fire god bird king proudly raised its head, looking like it would rather die than submit. Great Qian Academy? Li was curious. The fire god bird king had seen the students of the Great Academy. From the Great Jiang, Li was curious. Jiang, Li was of the Jiang Li of the Academy. I didn't even of the Qian Academy. To Jiang mean God. From the God, the Academy. Of the Academy, the Academy. Of the Li was. Jiang and God, the Academy. Lin fire, of the fire. Emperor is of the king M. God. King, of the emperor of emperors, said I the Great. Forget it. Since you don't want to, I won't force you. Zhongli knew the temper of the fire god bird king. He thought for a moment and said, I'll let you out, but you're not allowed to attack me. We won't attack each other. How about that? Demon, what are you plotting? The fire god bird king was stunned. It didn't expect Jiang Li to let it out. I'm not plotting anything. Instead, I'm taking a risk. If you go back on your words after we get out and attack me, I'll immediately be in a dangerous situation. Jiang Li's spirit projection appeared in front of the bird king. Demon, you're insulting me. The fire god bird king said angrily. What kind of person is a king? Why would I do such a despicable thing? I swear, if you let me out, I won't attack you. That's a promise. Jiang Li slowly opened up the spatial zone. Fresh air rushed in from the outside. The fire divine bird king was startled. It didn't think that Jiang Li would really let it go. After hesitating for a moment, it hurriedly scurried out and rushed into the sky, once again returning to the vast world. The fire god bird king was overjoyed to have escaped death. It slowly descended from the sky and looked at Jiang Li with confusion. You're different from other demons? You're not cruel at all. Why is that? The fire god bird king was very tall, a full 7 or 8 meters. If it spat out a mouthful of flames, Jiang Li would have no chance of survival. However, he believed in his own judgment. Letting the fire god bird king go and talking to it without fear was also a kind of spiritual cultivation. It was a kind of courage and judgment that allowed one to disregard life and death. It's nothing. I don't want a great creature like you to starve to death. That's a blasphemy against the creation of heaven and earth. Since you want freedom, I'll give it to you. Jiang Li said calmly. We humans came to the Emperor's Star to invade and expand, but it's also for our own growth and survival. It's just like how you hunt other creatures. We have different standpoints, and there's no right or wrong. However, every human has their own thoughts. I'm different from others. If someone else caught you, they would rather let you starve to death than let you go. However, I don't want to, so I can only let you go. Then what's the trap you used to catch me? The fire god bird king tilted its head, obviously curious. It's a great power. You can actually create a grotto heaven. A grotto heaven was the space that the fire god bird king understood. It must have learned this term from the students of the Qian Academy. It's a secret. It's our human technology. Jiang Li blinked and lied. Human, we'll meet again. The fire god bird king spread its wings and rushed into the sky. Before leaving, it seemed to have thought of something. All right, there are often disciples of the Qian Academy around here. They hunt you demons from outer space and definitely won't show any mercy. Be careful. After the conversation, the fire god bird king disappeared into the night. Jiang Li sat down cross-legged and once again absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain the circulation of his body. The plan to capture the fire god bird king had consumed a lot of energy. The fire god bird king didn't attack me after all. My spiritual judgment was accurate. It seems that my spiritual cultivation has indeed advanced. Jiangli let the fire god bird king go. He felt that his spiritual mind was smooth and clean. It was untainted by even a speck of dust and could accurately judge all changes. He knew that his cultivation had reached a new level. Perhaps in the near future, he would have a chance to break through to the great concentration. Right now, he was still in the minor concentration realm. From minor concentration to major concentration, there was still a long way to go. He was gradually figuring out his own mental cultivation method. Actually, it was extremely dangerous for him to let the fire god bird king go. It was a gamble of life and death. However, his judgment wasn't wrong. Instead, he gained the trust of the fire god bird king. The man and the bird established a mutual trust through the communication of their hearts. This was a form of cultivation and also the beginning of enlightening all sentient beings. If all sentient beings in the world trust each other and have a common heart, how prosperous would the universe be? Jiangli suddenly seemed to have grasped his own Tao. Everyone had their own Tao when they cultivated. Wang Changrong had his Tao. His mentor Hong Heiyu also had his Tao. Even Chu Shan had his own Tao. Jiang Li's Tao was slightly blurry. Although he was in a meditative state, he was in danger of regressing. But now his Tao was in its embryonic form. One day, I hope that all sentient beings in the world will have a mutual understanding and no longer be suspicious of each other. Then, all karma will be resolved. Jiang Li continued to comprehend his own Tao. All sentient beings, if they truly trusted each other and knew each other's thoughts, then the karma between them could be resolved and the universe would welcome a prosperous era. Killing is karma. Being killed is karma. Karma is intertwined, and the heart and soul are tied with ropes. Once the ropes are broken, one can obtain great freedom. Jiang Li comprehended once again. His heart and soul became stronger and stronger. After grasping his own Tao, he seemed to have a goal to strive for. In the depths of his heart, there were no more doubts. Those without Tao would not know how to advance and would find it hard to advance. With his own Tao, he just had to bravely advance. Although it was difficult, there was hope. Lighting a lamp meant lighting a lamp to illuminate the path. Jiang Li's heart seemed to have a bright lamp, and he no longer had any doubts about his future cultivation. This enlightenment, he immediately calmed down. Minor concentration meant that he was searching for his own Tao. Great concentration meant that he had found his own Tao. There were no more doubts in his heart, and he naturally felt at ease. Thus, his body shook, and he entered the great concentration state. His heart and soul changed. His entire body was wriggling, and his brain cells started to work crazily. His thoughts flashed and spread far away. His mental energy instantly rose by a level. Jiang Li knew that this was the great concentration state. Once he entered it, his willpower would be 10 times stronger. His heart towards Tao was firm and indestructible. Thus, his mental energy was much stronger than before. If Jiang Li could hypnotize 3,000 people a day in the past, he could now hypnotize 10,000 people a day. Moreover, the great concentration state allowed his mental energy to be extremely detailed. He could better control his body's endocrine system and gradually unleash his potential to the extreme. This allowed his body's ability to absorb nutrients to increase greatly. In the past, Jiang Li's body was like a small pond. After advancing to the great concentration state, his body had turned into a river. Now, he just had to continuously absorb spiritual energy. Finally, great concentration. His heart did not waver. He placed a milky white stone in his mouth. Now, the speed and volume of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth will increase by several times. As expected, once he entered the embryonic breathing state, he immediately felt that his mind was connected to the clouds and the earth. Countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth rolled over violently. The cells in his body were like whirlpools, sweeping away all the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. A strange phenomenon occurred. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a tornado, enveloping Jiang Li in the middle. Then, defying the laws of gravity, he was suspended in the air. Crunch, crunch. Under the effect of the embryonic breathing state, the powerful spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to crystallize in his body. The cells also showed signs of crystallization. Zhongli's body was once again transformed. His cells were molded by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His life form underwent a significant evolution. In the past, the total amount of spiritual energy he absorbed every day was equal to the amount contained in 5 grams of spirit stones. But now, the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was equal to more than 50 grams of spirit stones. The massive amount of spiritual energy produced a qualitative change. The spiritual energy continued to gather in his body, causing his vitality to soar. In the first hour, it went from 27 to 28. In the second hour, it went from 28 to 29. Finally, after 3 hours, it went from 29 to 3. In just 3 hours, his vitality had increased so much that anyone from Starry Sky University would be dumbfounded if they saw this. Zhongli was carried by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, suspended in the air and kept spinning. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the distance, a few shadows appeared. They were dressed in classical clothes, which seemed to be from the feudal era. Every one of them was tall and straight, like an ancient scholar. There were about 7 men and women among them. Senior Brother Xia, are we now close to the territory of the extraterrestrial demons? A graceful girl in classical clothes asked in the language of the Emperor's Star. Yes, this is already the territory of the extraterrestrial demons. Those demons often come out to hunt. We have to be careful. If we encounter any demons, kill them immediately. Don't leave any survivors. The man surnamed Xia, who was obviously the leader, replied. Yes, the other 6 scholars replied in unison. Chapter 128. 3 Vitality. I actually managed to cultivate it so easily. Zhongli woke up from the state of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He checked his body again and realized that every inch of his skin was surging with powerful spiritual energy and energy. Originally, the place where ordinary people stored energy was the fat. Experts used a kind of membrane to store energy. Their tendons and veins were linked together to create a powerful explosive force. Even more experts refined their flesh and blood into something similar to basic flesh. Their cells changed and could store more energy. Their pores could breathe oxygen in the air at will. Zhongli was in such a state now. His flesh and blood cells had undergone embryonic breathing training and compressed spiritual energy. The blood in his body had turned milky white and was very heavy. Moreover, this milky white blood could also dissolve the toxins in the air. The powerful immune cells could kill all germs. Countless scientists discovered that people who took spirit stones for a long time would have their blood turn milky white and become immaculate. Moreover, milky white was just the beginning. In the end, it would turn sky blue and the blood would turn light green. That was the great success. The whole body would turn into a high-level spiritual body. With a wave of the hand, the energy stored in the cells could surge out to kill people. That was the true power. Of course, this required the support of enough spirit stones. Day after day, year after year, he had to take spirit stones every day for dozens of years to be able to transform. 3 Vitality, very good. I won't be helpless when facing Huang Yi, Jiang Tianhe, or Meng Xingyun. Moreover, I have my own path, which is the realm of great stability. My body can expand, and my potential can be excavated. I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without any fear of not being able to digest it. In the long run, it won't be a problem for my vitality to reach 4 or even 5. Zhongli waved his hand. The air around him seemed to have substance, forming a wall of air in front of him. He pushed with both hands, and the wall of air blasted into the forest. The trees in the forest were crushed, breaking inch by inch and falling to the ground. 10 steps divine fist. Zhongli took another step forward and punched through the air. Suddenly, a huge chi all appeared in his fist, and fiercely pierced into a big tree 10 steps away. That big tree was instantly smashed into pieces by his air-splitting fist and disintegrated with a loud bang. If this punch had hit a human body, they would have been turned into powder. Flying through the air, with a wave of his hands, his whole body became light as a feather, as if he was swimming in water. His whole body drilled upwards, completely violating the principles of gravity as he glided into the distance. Under the effect of his great strength and speed, his arms became like wings. With a slight shake, he stirred the air even better than the wings of a bird. With one glide, he could reach a distance of 100 meters. His speed was even faster than a bird. Birds relied on their wings to control air currents to fly, but humans couldn't. However, when the airflow created by human arms was stronger than that of a bird's wings, humans could naturally fly as well. Zhongli glided and leaped through the forest like a bird. Every time he kicked off with both feet, he would jump 4 to 5 meters high. Then his arms would draw a circular arc in the air. It could even be seen with the naked eye that the arc-shaped ball of air wrapped around him as he flew into the distance. Air is no different from water. People could swim in all kinds of postures in the water, and they could also swim in the air as long as they had the ability to turn the air into water. His vitality had greatly increased. His mentality had increased tremendously. This was the result of Jiang Li's cultivation. When he returned to the human base, even his mentor, Hong Heiyu, would be shocked. Jiang Li fully enjoyed the cultivation results brought by this great concentration. He released all the heaven and earth spiritual qi that his body had absorbed. After training, it had completely integrated with his body, gliding in the air, rising and falling. With each completion, he had a deeper understanding of the Great Emperor's Wind Seal. The various postures and meditations of the Great Emperor's Wind Seal were constantly flashing in his body. Every time he meditated, his body would involuntarily do all kinds of movements that were compatible with the wind. It made his body feel like it was one with the wind, and his speed was faster, his posture more graceful, and it was natural. He had yet to cultivate the Great Emperor's Wind Seal to completion. Rumor had it that once it was completed, his body could completely merge with the wind, becoming inseparable and ever-changing. This wasn't a martial art, but a legendary immortal art. However, in the hands of Jiang Li, the Great Emperor's Wind Seal couldn't be used to its full potential. It was still within the scope of martial arts. The wind shuttled through his pores and muscles. Jiang Li's flying speed was getting faster and faster. A single rise and fall could sometimes cover 100 meters, and sometimes it could even reach 200 meters. Using the Great Emperor's Wind Seal, his body was like the wind, almost 100 meters per second. Of course, this state couldn't be maintained for a long time. At most, he could maintain it for tens of minutes before his stamina ran out. 100 meters per second was equivalent to 1/3 of the speed of sound. There seems to be human activity in front. Jiang Li was flying very happily. He used his martial arts to his heart's content, allowing his body to merge with even more heaven and earth spiritual qi. Just when he was at his heart's content, his spirit felt a ripple, and many scenes were immediately fed back to his brain. Jiang Li stopped flying and hurriedly hid himself on top of a large tree. He had completely stopped breathing and did not emit the slightest bit of heat. There were no heartbeats or fluctuations, and he did not even breathe. He only relied on the heaven and earth spiritual qi in his body to maintain his life. He quietly spread out his thoughts and saw 7 men and women in the forest in the distance. They were wearing ancient clothes, and they were talking in the language of the imperial planet. Fortunately, Jiang Li understood the language of the imperial planet because it was a lesson that he had to learn. Hong Heiyu forced him to learn it for 10 days. With his ability to develop his brain, he could almost learn it in 10 days. Could these people be? Jiang Li immediately guessed that they were the natives of the imperial planet. "Senior brother, let's compete and see who can kill more demons from outer space," a girl said and laughed. They sat on the ground and seemed to be eating. What they were eating were pieces of spirit stones. The girl who spoke put the spirit stone in her mouth, and it melted as soon as it entered her mouth. As she breathed in and out, a cyan stream of air flowed in and out of her 7 orifices like a spirit snake. Then, crackling sounds came from her body like beans being fried. The other man took out a short sword from his back. It was a foot long, and it shone brightly. Then he took out a spirit stone and rubbed it. As he rubbed it, he concentrated and seemed to be meditating. Then he used his fingernail to make a small cut, and a stream of blood flowed out. He immediately dripped the blood on the spirit stone. The spirit stone actually began to melt, and it slowly seeped into the short sword. Under his will, the short sword buzzed and let out a long cry that seemed to be sentient. Clang! Suddenly, the short sword flew up automatically like a silver snake. It danced in the air and lit up the empty space in the forest. Everywhere it went, all the trees were cut open. There was almost no resistance. Even the rocks were ground into powder. Cutting the rocks was like cutting tofu. The human body couldn't withstand this sword at all. Looking at the momentum, even a mecha would be cut open. Flying sword. Zhongli was shocked. He had lived a few lives in the cultivation world in his dream and was very familiar with the cultivation civilization. He knew what this flying sword was. This was a sword chosen by the cultivator from a young age. Every day, they would concentrate and use spirit stones to wash it. After a long time, this flying sword would form an energy circuit that could connect with the human mind. With a thought, it would fly out on its own, and it could take the head of a person from 1,000 miles away. In fact, in the ancient legends on Earth, there was also such a saying. It was a pity that Earth didn't have the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the end, it couldn't develop into a cultivation civilization and was replaced by a technological civilization. If Earth had the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and spirit stones, Earth civilization would definitely go in a different direction. It wouldn't have developed into a technological civilization. The development of all civilizations was determined by the resources they had. Spirit stones were a kind of crystallization of energy, just like the energy blocks on Earth. This kind of energy was very strange. It could fuse with the blood of humans, improving their genes and making them stronger. In other words, they would become immortals. When spirit stones fused with blood and seeped into metal over a long period of time, they would fuse together. This would cause the metal to gradually become an existence with spirituality, just like how humans use their thoughts to control optical computers. The masters of the cultivation civilization were all good at making flying swords. However, making a real flying sword required a lot of spirit stones and was very expensive. Even in the depths of the cultivation continent in Jiang Li's dream, there were very few people who could have flying swords. But now, the 7 native cultivators on the Emperor's Star all had extraordinary appearances. They were obviously all strong people. Jiang Li didn't move. He could feel that the man with the flying sword was very strong. He might even be stronger than him. Moreover, the flying sword was very sharp and fast. It was very likely that it could break the speed of sound. Even a mecha wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from a flying sword. Senior brother, it's so good that you have a flying sword. When will I have one too? Another girl said enviously. This is a gift from the Academy's seniors. With my ability, I can't make a flying sword at all. The eyes of the man with the flying sword flashed, and there was a strong confidence between his eyebrows. The demons from outer space have built their nest in our world. Every year, they send a new batch of demons from outer space, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, they will occupy our entire world. This time, we are here to kill a new batch of demons from outer space. They are relatively weak. We will kill as many as we can. Sooner or later, we will drive them out of our home. But speaking of which, the demons from outer space are really powerful. I don't know what kind of power they use, but they can teleport people from far away to here. Even our Academy's dean can't do that. It's impossible for them to leave this world. The demons from outer space are really too strong. A girl shook her head. They rely on something called technology, not their own strength. Now, our people have infiltrated the world of the demons and stolen what they call technology. Once we learn it, it will be the end of the demons from outer space. The man with the flying sword moved his mind, and the flying sword flew back into its scabbard with a clang. Let's go. Be careful not to be discovered by the powerful demons from outer space. Otherwise, they will chase us to death. We need to kill as many demons as possible. The few of them stood up and quickly flew into the distance. A few hours later, Zhongli regained his vitality. He opened his eyes, and his face was dark. It was the first time he had met the natives of the Imperial planet. They were really strong. They had more spirit stones than the students of the Star Sky University. After all, humans had only been on the Imperial planet for a few decades, but they had existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Zhongli seemed to be able to foresee the clash between the two civilizations, and the curtains were slowly being drawn. What should he do? Chapter 129. Zhongli dodged the attacks from the group of young cultivators and chose to retreat. Emotionally, he didn't want to clash with the cultivation civilization and fight to the death because his dream heart sutra came from the cultivation civilization. Of course, if they found him, he would have to fight to the death. Although he understood his own Tao, there are sentient beings in the world and they trust each other. The premise of realizing this Tao was that he had to be alive. Only when he was alive could he have a Tao. This was the root. If the root was lost, the Tao could not be realized. Although cultivators should risk their lives for their Tao, the Tao was right in front of them. If they hadn't found the Tao, they should cherish their lives. Although these young cultivators had a lot of spirit stones with them, and other students would have thought of robbing and killing them immediately, Zhongli wasn't greedy for the time being. He had obtained the Dream Heart Sutra, which belonged to the cultivation civilization. Maybe it was a cause, and he would have to suffer karma in the future. It might not be a good thing to kill more people from the cultivation civilization. Now, he had a vague understanding of the cycle of cause and effect. Everything was born from a cause and effect. Even Buddha was no exception. It ended with an incredible karma, completing the four great tribulations of success, abiding, destruction, and emptiness. Suddenly, he remembered the curse of the dry corpse in the sewer when he had just obtained the Dream Heart Sutra. You must kill all the demons from beyond the heavens, or you will be doomed eternally. Jiang Li's heart sank. He knew that the curse was not without effect, and it was impossible for him to kill all the demons from beyond the heavens. He had to find a way to dissolve the curse in the future. Let's not think about this for now. I'll go back to the human base first. Zhongli thought for a while and decided to hypnotize a big bird and fly away on it. Although he had understood the true meaning of airflow and could glide in the air, it would still be tiring for him to do it for a long time. In this area, there were other big birds besides the fire god bird, and all of them had extremely powerful flying abilities. With his current hypnosis skill, he could even subdue the fire god bird king. After all, the hypnotic ability of the great meditation was dozens of times better than that of the minor meditation. His brain cells were not just a little bit stronger, and his brain development was extremely high. Just as he was looking for the giant bird to hypnotize, a loud sonic boom suddenly came from the horizon. It seemed like something was flying over. From the sound of it, it was not a living creature, but a battleship. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a battleship flew over and stopped nearby. This warship was like a barracuda, densely packed with scales without any gaps. Starfish battleship. Zhongli immediately saw that it was a battleship worth 4 billion, and it was the one belonging to the Big River Squad. He did not know why it appeared here and blocked his way. Could it be that he had specially come to look for him? Previously, when Zhang Tianhe and the others were in the base, they could not kill him due to the school rules. They only came to test him, but they were reprimanded by Mentor Hong Heiyu. Although they were humiliated, they still restrained themselves and retreated. Zhongli knew that these people had grown up surrounded by people, and they had always thought highly of themselves and were extremely arrogant. They had never been humiliated like this, and they would definitely hold a grudge against him and would never let him go. Therefore, when he was out on a mission, he concealed his whereabouts and was extremely careful. However, he did not expect that they would track him here so quickly. Beep, beep, beep. his chip sounded an alarm, and it seemed that he had been located. Damn it, there must be an optical computer hacker among them who has located my chip. No wonder they could find my location. Jiangli was not an expert optical computer hacker, but he still understood some of the principles of hacking. Rumble. The huge battleship flew up again and arrived above Jiang Li's head. Light began to condense at the bottom of the battleship. Not good, a weapon attack system. Energy cannon. Jiang Li was shocked. The Starfish battleship was worth 4 billion star dollars, and if it was activated every day, it would consume a huge amount of energy. Moreover, the monthly maintenance, and overhaul cost an astronomical figure. Many people could afford it, but they could not afford to use it, let alone maintain it. The weapon attack system on it was even more powerful. Once the energy cannon locked onto its target, it could blast tens of thousands of kilometers away, with accuracy down to millimeters and microns. Moreover, the attack range was huge, and it could even flatten a mountain. If the intercontinental missiles from 200 years ago could do it, the modern battleship could easily do it. However, every time this energy cannon was fired, it required a high concentration of energy, and it was abnormally expensive. It would probably cost hundreds of millions of star dollars to fire a shot. This was how high technology worked. It was all about money. In the era of nations 200 years ago, a war would often not start for long, and before it was even halfway through the war, the country's economy would collapse. ZZZ, a thick beam of light shot down, and in an instant, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and even the soil was evaporated. Jiang Li appeared 200 meters away, and he was not hit by the beam of light. It seemed that the other party did not activate the large-scale long-range energy cannon, but used lasers instead. After a round of shooting, the beam of light stopped, and the ground was completely flattened, and the battleship landed. The hatch opened, and 3 figures glided down. They were not wearing mechas, but the Starry Sky University's uniform, and they exuded a strong sense of confidence. They were the 3 people that appeared that day: Jiang Tianhe, Huang Yi, and an unknown man who was also very powerful. Jiang Li. Jiang Tianhe saw Jiang Li at a glance and said slowly, "Do you think you can escape from my palm?" Jiang Tianhe. The school rules state that students can fight with their bare hands, but all weapons are prohibited. If you use guns, mechas, or battleships to attack me, you will be sentenced. You have the guts to use a laser cannon to attack me. Jiang Li knew that he had been locked onto by this group of people, and he had nowhere to run. Therefore, he might as well take a gamble. Is that so? The laser cannon was just clearing the ground so that the battleship could land. Huang Yi sneered, and his eyes were filled with disdain. Moreover, every time our battleship uses the laser cannon, it consumes tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of energy. Do you think that with your value, is it worth it for us to use it? You're just a small fry, and in our eyes, you're worthless. When Jiang Li heard Huang Ye's words, he was not angry, and he said calmly, "Anyway, you guys attacked me just now, which is a violation of the school rules. I have already recorded it and uploaded it to the school's official website for a live broadcast. Let's see if you guys will be punished for this." Is that so? Another man who had not spoken before walked forward, and his face was full of mockery. "You want to threaten us with that pathetic optical computer technology of yours? Take a look. Has your video been sent out?" Jiang Li's expression changed, and he quickly turned on his chip. He realized that the video had not been sent out. His optical computer had been attacked, and he could not connect to the school's network at all. Let me introduce you. This is the hacker Li Nawai, a member of our Big River team. He can attack any student's optical computer, obtain all their information, and even pinpoint their location. Jiang Li, all of your actions are within our grasp. Jiang Tianhe was very patient, and he spoke at a moderate pace. But what Huang Yi said is right. You don't have a right to make us use the energy cannon and consume our precious energy. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let me capture him. Huang Yi was eager to try, and he took a step forward. No, I'll do it personally this time. Jiang Tianhe blocked Huang Yi. With a slight movement, a gust of air current surrounded his body, spinning rapidly. It actually made him feel as though he was floating in the air. Jiang Li's eyes tensed up. He knew that Jiang Tian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Jiang Li wasn't able to move his body slightly and cause every inch of his joints and muscles to revolve, allowing him to fly with the wind. He could only shake his arms to create turbulence in the air and glide at a low altitude like a bat. Swoosh! Jiang Tianhe scuttled over. Before he arrived, his earth energy arrived first. A visible wall of air was pushed over, like a crystal glass. It was forcefully blasted out and blasted towards Jiang Li at lightning speed. Jiang Li's body flashed, and he scuttled into the depths of the forest. Jiang Tianhe had already arrived at the place where he had just flashed by. The air current around him was like a tornado, destroying everything within 10 steps. However, Jiang Li's speed wasn't bad either. The moment he scuttled into the depths of the forest, he had already vanished. He really vanished. It was as though he had vanished in a thin air and entered into another space. Jiang Tianhe, who was about to give chase, was stunned. He looked around and couldn't find any traces of Jiang Li's escape. However, Jiang Li really vanished in a thin air just like that. Lin Naowei, find out where Jiang Li is. Jiang Tianhe turned around and instructed. He can't have gone far. Lin Naowei took out his optical computer and started searching for his location. However, his expression gradually turned serious. His signal has completely disappeared. Even if the optical computer is shut down, it can't be so thorough. I've implanted an automatic restart function in his optical computer program, which means that his optical computer will restart continuously. However, it seems to have lost its effect now. Let's go. Get on the battleship and observe. I don't believe that he can outrun the battleship with his 2 legs. Huang Yu was exasperated. Jiang Tianhe and the others boarded the battleship again and flew into the air. Activate broad vision. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the battleship, countless lights flashed on the big screen as the battleship began to search for various things. There are no humans within a radius of 100 kilometers. What? Jiang Tianhe frowned. He is already 100 kilometers away? It has only been a few seconds. How is that possible? Expand the search area. Broad vision. There are no humans within a radius of 200 kilometers. Broad vision. There are no humans within a radius of 300 kilometers. There are no humans within a radius of 300 kilometers? Jiang Tianhe shook his head. He actually ran 300 kilometers away in an instant. That's impossible. He can't be that fast. Even our battleship can't be that fast. I can't find him. I don't know where he went. Lin Naowei was also helpless. Tianhe, look. There are humans here. Huang Yi activated the battleship's search area again and suddenly shouted. Broad vision. Within a radius of 400 kilometers. Discovered humans. 7 of them. A lot of information appeared on the screen. It's not Jiang Li. It's other students. These students. Jiang Tianhe looked at the screen and his eyes lit up with excitement. Haha, so they're native experts from the Emperor's Star. They want to hunt the freshmen and women. Not bad, not bad. Capture them all. Capture them alive. Battleship attack at full speed. Rumble. The huge battleship shook and flew into the sky, heading into the distance. At this moment, deep in the forest, a milky white stone appeared. The space door opened and Jiang Li walked out. It turned out that he had disappeared into his own space. As soon as he entered the space of the milky white stone and closed the space door, it was equivalent to entering a second world. All the information disappeared, so Jiang Tianhe and the others naturally couldn't find him. This was the first time he entered his own space. After coming out, Jiang Li waved his hand slightly, and the milky white stone landed in his hand. This stone could actually float on its own and had a hint of spirituality. When Jiang Li entered the depths of his space, he discovered many profound mysteries. He felt that the milky white stone had more than just a simple storage function. Chapter 130. Jiang Li opened another spatial door and entered it in a flash. In the depths of the space, Jiang Li secretly opened a gap and looked outside. He realized that the milky white stone had lost its owner and had fallen to the ground. There was nothing strange about it. It was just an ordinary stone. In other words, Zhongli could hide in the stone and no one would be able to find him. It seemed that he would have another way to protect himself in the future. Zhongli sat in the space and spread his consciousness into the walls of the space. Suddenly, he felt that he could control the stone to fly. Could it be that this white stone is also a high-grade worship item? Or perhaps it's a powerful magic treasure? Zhongli thought for a while, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. He still remembered that the sewer mummy belonged to the cultivation world. It could not have come to Earth with its body. The mummy could travel through time and space because of this milky white stone. In the cultivation world, there were powerful, ancient magic treasures that were refined by cultivators. They were similar to human warships. However, human warships could be manufactured, while ancient magic treasures needed millions of years to be refined. In other words, this milky white stone could jump through wormholes? Get up, float up. Zhongli tried to use his consciousness to communicate with the stone in an attempt to control it. This was a method he had obtained in his dreams. He had entered the cultivation world countless times in his dreams. He had some understanding of the magic treasures in the cultivation world. Magic treasures were sacrificed with spirit and blood. Gradually, the magic treasures and the spirit could communicate, and the flesh and blood could connect. In fact, humans had learned this method in the elite zone and were using it to create artificial intelligence. Indeed, under the control of Zhang Li's consciousness, the milky white stone floated in the air. With a swoosh, it shot into the sky. The milky white stone had absorbed a huge amount of energy from wormholes many times and stored it in it. It had no problem flying. Furthermore, Zhongli felt that the stone contained a lot of heaven and earth spiritual energy. It must have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy when he was in the embryonic breathing stage. The milky white stone could not absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own, but it could strengthen one's spirit, allowing one's spirit to successfully reach the level of embryonic breathing. It could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and store it in one's body, and the excess spiritual energy of heaven and earth would be stored in the stone. Zhongli controlled the rock to fly into the sky, and he sensed that the speed of the rock had broken through the speed of sound. Then it was 2 times the speed of sound, 3 times the speed of sound, 4 times the speed of sound, 5 times the speed of sound. At 5 times the speed of sound, Zhang Li's spiritual force could no longer be controlled. It was as if the car was moving too fast, and he felt like he was floating. I saw that battleship. At 5 times the speed of sound, the friction between the rock and the air produced sparks, like a tiny meteor streaking across the sky. Zhang Li saw the starfish battleship. It belonged to Jiang Tian's team. Below, he saw the 7 disciples of the Great Qian Academy. It seemed like a battle was about to break out. The clash between the cultivation civilization and the technological civilization was about to begin. However, Jiang Li knew that the 7 disciples were dead meat. Although one of the male disciples had a flying sword, the flying sword couldn't cut through the battleship. The starfish battleship cost 4 billion, and its outer layer was indestructible. It could withstand any kind of penetration. Even laser cannons might not be able to penetrate it. Now that Jiang Tianhe had encountered 7 cultivation disciples, all he had to do was sit on the battleship and activate the attack system to severely injure the 7 disciples and capture them. Indeed, Jiang Tianhe did the same. He used the battleship to shoot down beams of light from the sky and started sweeping. Ha! These 7 natives actually came to the Star Sky University's base. Aren't they courting death? However, they are really strong. It's enough to kill these freshmen because freshmen can't afford a battleship. In the battleship, Jiang Tianhe laughed out loud. At this moment, the man with the flying sword on the ground suddenly clenched his teeth and took out something from his bosom. Jiang Li didn't even see what it was before he saw the man throw it into the air. With a loud bang, a giant golden hand appeared, flickering with golden light. Seeing this, Jiang Li was dumbfounded. The golden hand swept out, bringing with it boundless golden light, sweeping away all of the laser beams. It then rose into the air and grabbed at the starfish battleship with its 5 fingers and squeezed. Kacha kacha! The starfish battleship shook violently. After being grabbed by the giant hand, there was an explosion outside. Cracks appeared on the hard outer layer, and some parts even started to catch on fire. Damn it! What is this? A Dharma treasure? This is a Dharma treasure formed by a peerless expert with a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi and talismans. It's an avatar. Jiang Tianhe's expression finally changed as he roared. Tianhe, blow it up! Energy cannon, fire at full power. The entire starfish battleship burst out with a dazzling light and bombarded the golden hand. The giant hand squeezed again. The two exploded at the same time. The entire battleship turned into a fireball and fell. 3 people were ejected from it. All of them were wearing mechas. They abandoned the battleship and jumped down like parachutists in a plane crash. A battleship was destroyed just like that. This behemoth worth 4 billion was actually destroyed by the cultivation student's Dharma treasure. As soon as the golden hand appeared, it rose into the sky with a majestic aura. It was like Buddha suppressing demons. Jiangli felt a chill down his spine when he saw this from the rock. He was secretly glad that he didn't fight with the 7 cultivators. This thing could even destroy a battleship. How could he be a match for it? An even more dazzling golden light exploded in the air and flames splattered everywhere. Jiangli saw that the Dharma treasure that the cultivator threw out had also started to burn. It seemed to be a one-time use item. Once the golden hand burst out and destroyed the battleship, its energy would be exhausted. Kill! However, the leading cultivator let out a long roar. The flying sword on his back was unsheathed and turned into a long dragon. With a rumbling sonic boom, the sword light swept towards the 3 mechas in the air, trying to cut them apart. The mechas that Jiang Tianhe, Huang Yi, and Li Naowei were wearing were all supersonic mechas. Seeing the flying swords sweeping towards them, they calmly formed a formation. The 3 of them formed a circle and punched out at the same time. The 3 of them accurately punched the flying sword's blade. The power of their punches was huge, and the flying sword was blown away in an instant. However, Jiangli could see that the mecha of the 3 of them had been cut open. Swish, 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 Jiang Tianhe and the other 2 blasted away the flying sword with a single strike. They descended and charged towards the 7 cultivators. They turned into shadows in the air at the speed of sound, attempting to destroy their bodies and tear their enemies apart. Even if one's vitality was 3, 4, or 5, they would still be shattered by the impact of a supersonic mecha. Through scientific research, only those with vitality exceeding 7 would be able to withstand the supersonic mecha. Dodge, attack, resist, and use their bodies to resist the speed of sound. If one's vitality reached 10, their speed would reach the speed of sound. They would be able to catch up to the supersonic mecha and tear it apart with their bare hands. Clang! The flying sword quickly flew back and sliced at high speed. It formed a sword screen in the air and blocked the 3 cultivators' attacks. The flying sword speed had also reached the speed of sound. It was just enough to block the attacks. Palipala! The flying sword and the 3 supersonic mechas collided in the air, causing sparks to fill the sky. The battle lasted for a short while, and many scratches appeared on the supersonic mechas, as if they were about to be sliced apart. The situation was dire. However, the flying sword's momentum had weakened, and there were also some cracks on it. After all, the supersonic mechas were the essence of science and technology. All the materials had been compressed. If the flying sword wanted to slice them apart, it would also be damaged. Finally, the 3 of them landed. Their mechas couldn't take it anymore. They cracked open and fell to the ground. Jiang Tianhe used all his strength and punched the flying sword. The flying sword trembled and fell to the ground. It kept bouncing, but was unable to fly again. Of course, the 3 supersonic mechas were completely destroyed, and there was no way they could be repaired. The clash between the cultivation civilization and the technological civilization resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses. The magical treasure that shot out the golden light used up all its spiritual energy and burned automatically. The starfish battleship fell to the ground. The three supersonic mechas were destroyed, and the flying sword lost its spiritual energy. Both sides suffered heavy losses. In fact, Jiang Tian's losses were greater. He was bleeding in his heart. Damn it, the starfish battleship is the essence of our team. We lost it just like that. How long do we have to save to buy another one in the future? The three supersonic mechas are also our trump cards. Even if we capture all 7 natives, it won't be enough to make up for 1% of our losses. The battleship was the biggest reliance of a team. It was also the team's most valuable asset. It was equivalent to a family's house. With the battleship, they could move quickly and travel to many dangerous areas to obtain more resources. Without the battleship, it was difficult to travel and many missions couldn't be completed. If a family lost their house, they would be homeless. If Jiang Tianhe and the others wanted to save up another 4 billion, it would take a very long time. Therefore, he had lost so much that he didn't even have a coffin. They aren't new students. Let's go. The 7 cultivators didn't want to waste time with Jiang Tianhe and the others. The leading man picked up his flying sword and called out to the others. The 7 of them retreated into the depths of the forest. If we can't kill these demons in one strike, they will inform the others to come. These demons have spaceships. Our speed isn't as fast as theirs. Once we are surrounded, it will be hard for us to escape. Leaving this place now is the right thing to do. The leading man with the flying sword didn't want to fight anymore. He displayed the demeanor of an assassin. He came and went like the wind and knew when to advance and when to retreat. The 7 of them dashed into the depths of the forest. The 7 fire godbirds flew up upon hearing the sound. They seemed to be their mounts. The 7 of them leaped onto the backs of the birds and flew away quickly. Damn it, Jiang Tianhe couldn't chase after them at all. He could only watch the 7 of them disappear into the distance. Although he knew hypnosis, he couldn't hypnotize those fire godbirds because they were too far away. Now that all his mechas were destroyed and the battleship had crashed, he couldn't fly even if he wanted to. We have suffered a great loss this time. What should we do? Yellowleaf's expression was very ugly. He clenched his teeth and said, Tianhe, the battleship crashed. Our team has lost all our assets. How are we going to complete missions in the future? It's okay. Let's think of a way to raise money to buy more. Fortunately, we are students of the Star Sky University. We can buy battleships at a few times cheaper. Otherwise, if we were to buy one outside, it would cost tens of billions. If that happened, we really wouldn't be able to make a comeback. Jiang Tianhe was still able to maintain his composure. He comforted Yellow Leaf. It's fine as long as we are fine. As long as there is life, there is hope. Then how are we going to go back now? Call other team members to drive a battleship to pick us up? Li Naowei, the hacker, also felt that the situation wasn't good. Not good. My optical computer chip was shattered in the battle just now. It's severely damaged and can't send out any information. Mine is shattered too. Jiang Tianhe and Yellow Leaf lowered their heads and looked at their wrists. In the battle between the flying sword and the mecha, every punch was very intense. The optical computer chip had long been shattered. Now, it couldn't even send out any information. Then there is no other way. Let's walk around and hypnotize a few fire godbirds. Let's ride them back. Jiang Tianhe looked around to see which direction to go. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he shouted, Who is it? Yellow Leaf and Li Naowei immediately got on guard. Guys, you guys have suffered a great loss. Jiang Li appeared. He looked very satisfied as he stood on the branch of a big tree. He was about 1 kilometer away from the 3 of them, but his voice could be heard from afar with a hint of teasing. Chapter 131. So it's you, Jiang Li. Jiang Tianhe looked over. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the dense forest. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. You didn't run? You still dare to come over? You sure have guts. Of course I have guts. Jiang Li stood calmly on the tree and continued to tease. You guys don't have a battleship or a mecha. You guys are like tigers without teeth. No, calling you tigers is too much of a compliment. At most, you're just 3 stray dogs. Why should I run? Does it feel good to have a glib tongue? Do you think we can't do anything to you just because we don't have a battleship or a mecha? Li Naoe smiled cruelly. He was feeling the pain from the loss this time. Jiang Li's words were like adding oil to the fire. He was so angry that his face turned sinister. We're in a bad mood right now, and you actually came to get yourself in trouble. Hee hee, you really don't know what's good for you. Today, I will kill you to vent my anger. Don't talk nonsense with him. Surround him. Huang Yi shouted. Her body had already moved. She leaped, and earth energy surged. Her entire body was like a gliding bird. She soared into the sky and headed straight for the big tree that Jiang Li was hiding in. A distance of 1 kilometer was really nothing. With their speed, they could catch up in less than 10 seconds. Every one of them had a stronger vitality than Jiang Li. Although Jiang Li's strength had improved by leaps and bounds recently, his cultivation had reached 3. However, these people were all above 3. Because they were seniors who had studied at Starry Sky University for many years, the strength they had accumulated was not something that Jiang Li could compare to. Especially Jiang Tianhe. His strength had already far surpassed 3 and was even above 4. Such an expert could kill Jiang Li in one move. However, just as the 3 of them surrounded Jiang Li jumped and disappeared. Then a milky white stone shot over. Bang! The speed of this stone was 5 times the speed of sound. It pierced right through Li Naoe's head. Li Naoe's expression stiffened, and he suddenly stopped in the air. His body stiffened, and a black hole appeared between his eyebrows. Blood spurted out, and then with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground, his life withering away. In order to reach the speed of sound, one's vitality must be above 7. As for 5 times the speed of sound, only experts with a vitality of more than 2 digits could withstand it. The reason why Jiang Li is fearless is that he has discovered the mystery of the milky white stone magic weapon. He opens a space in it and uses his spirit to drive the stone to fly at 5 times the speed of sound, which is equivalent to driving a warship to hit the enemy. The battleship was too big, and it was inconvenient to ram people. The milky white stone was 5 times the speed of sound, and it was indestructible. Killing people was a piece of cake. By killing Li Naoe in one blow, Jiang Li had gotten rid of a major hidden danger. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This person was an expert hacker who could hack into optical computers. In front of him, he had no secrets at all. Now that he killed him, the threat was immediately eliminated. Moreover, he destroyed Li Naoe's brain tissue, and there was no possibility of saving him. Even if he took the corpse back and used cloning technology to create an identical Li Naoe, the soul wouldn't be able to be cloned. It would forever be a human who looked the same as Li Naoe. The most unique thing about humans is their soul. Modern technology couldn't clone souls. The soul came from a void and didn't exist in the material world, but technology belonged to the material world. With a successful strike, the white rock flew back, and Jiang Li appeared on a big tree 3 kilometers away. He looked at the dumbfounded Huang Yi and Jiang Tianhe, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Li Naoe, what happened to you? The two had already rushed to the side of Li Naoe's corpse, but they still couldn't figure out what had happened. How did this happen? Jiang Tianhe looked over and saw a big hole between Li Naoe's eyebrows. His brain tissue was all smashed by the high-speed stone, and it was even charred. The inside of his brain was still burning. He knew that Li Naoe was dead, and there was no way to save him. He stood up and stared at Jiang Li. What's wrong? I have a Dharma treasure that is much more powerful than a flying sword. Jiang Li continued to tease, but his expression was very calm. Anyway, Jiang Tianhe and the others wouldn't let him go. This time, he could activate the ability of the White Stone's Dharma treasure and take the opportunity to kill the 3 members of the Big River team. He felt that this was the best opportunity, because if he killed 3 members, the school would definitely investigate. Then, they would find the fallen battleship and the damaged mecha. They would immediately associate it with the natives of an alien planet, and it would have nothing to do with him. The optical computer of the 3 had been damaged during the battle, and they couldn't contact the outside world. That was why Jiang Li dared to kill them openly. The reason why the three of them dared to kill him was also because Li Nawai, the expert hacker, cut off his contact with the outside world. Jiang Li guessed that the three of them would also pretend that he died during the mission. Every year, there would be students dying in dangerous missions in the Star Sky University. It was very common and wouldn't attract much attention. What kind of Dharma treasure is that? Jiang Tianhe was alarmed. He secretly looked around and used words to delay Jiang Li. He didn't even see what it was that killed Li Nawai just now. But based on his intuition, he knew that he couldn't dodge it. You don't need to know this. Are you regretting it now? Jiang Li's voice was transmitted to the two's ears. However, if you're willing to tell me who else in the Star Sky University is powerful, I will let you go. How about it? The reason why he didn't kill Jiang Tianhe was because he wanted to get more useful information and then find a chance to eliminate all the Jiang family members in the Star Sky University. You want to get the information about the Jiang family in the Star Sky University and then kill them one by one. Jiang Tianhe wouldn't believe him. He immediately knew what Jiang Li was thinking and said, "Your idea is very crazy. You are a person who will achieve great things. But I advise you not to do this. You know the strongest person in the Jiang family, Jiang Nailin. He is a master of the human mind. He can directly deduce who did this. So, you don't want to tell me?" Jiang Li's tone turned cold, and his gaze turned sharp. Bang! At this moment, Huang Yi suddenly took out a pistol from nowhere and aimed at Jiang Li. A series of shots were fired in an instant. Bullets flew in all directions at extremely fast speed. The bullets bombarded the tree where Jiang Li was, causing a series of explosions. But he had already disappeared. How could he be so easily ambushed with a state of mind of great concentration? "Get out of the way!" Jiang Tianhe roared. Seeing Jiang Li disappear, he knew he was in danger and wanted to pull Huang Yi away. But it was too late. A white stone flew over with a sonic boom and flipped Huang Yi's head. But she didn't fall down like Li Nawai. Instead, she stood there quietly and didn't even feel any pain. She just stretched out her hand and touched her forehead. She found that it was a mixture of red and white. She couldn't believe this fact. Her mind was still in the previous moment. She just said a word and then fell to the ground. Because her brain was damaged, she couldn't speak a complete sentence. Li Nawai was dead, and so was Huang Yi. This domineering woman had been strutting around in front of Jiang Li a few days ago. But now she had become a corpse, a beautiful woman who had perished. Whoosh! Jiang Li appeared on a tree 3 kilometers away. He lightly stood on the top of the tree with a smile on his face. The milky white stone was in his hand, and nothing unusual could be seen. Now that he was getting more and more proficient in using space, it was effortless for him to kill experts with vitality of more than 3. In fact, the milky white stone was a very powerful artifact, but he could only unleash a little of its power now. Jiang Tianhe's face was already pale, and his aura was declining. He felt that Jiang Li was like a devil who took people's lives anytime and anywhere. He was like a ghost that wouldn't go away. "Jiang Li, are you really going to kill me?" He wasn't sad at all, and his eyes were filled with hope. "Perhaps we can bury the hatchet. I killed your fiancé, Huang Yi. You're actually not sad, and not going to kill me? You're really cold," Jiang Li said playfully, but this kind of domineering and brainless woman really isn't cute at all. No wonder you don't care. Don't mention this again. How about we pretend that it never happened? I won't appear in front of you again, and I won't do anything that's disadvantageous to you. Jiang Tianhe looked very sincere as he said, "They're not from the Jiang clan, so it doesn't matter if they're dead. But I'm a direct descendant of the Jiang clan. If I die and the clan finds out the cause of my death, they won't let it go easily. You won't be able to live either. How about this? I'll give you another 100 million star dollars. No, 1 billion star dollars." In fact, he knew that Jiang Li wouldn't let him go. He would just try to use words to deal with Jiang Li and find a way to escape. "All right, but you have to tell me first. What other powerful figures does your Jiang clan have in Starry Sky University?" Of course, Jiang Li understood Jiang Tianhe's intentions. He wasn't moved, but he showed an interested expression on his face. He played word games with Jiang Tianhe, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Jiangli, you're really putting yourself in an irrecoverable situation by doing this. The Jiang clan isn't something you can deal with. Jiang Tianhe continued to persuade Jiangli patiently, and it felt like he was thinking for Jiangli. If I'm caught by you, won't I also be in an irrecoverable situation? Jiangli raised his head. He knew he couldn't get any information out of Jiang Tianhe, so he didn't want to waste any more words with Jiang Tianhe. His tone was cold and straightforward. You forced me once at the freshman base and locked onto my optical computer chip in the wilderness. You want to kill me. If I don't kill you, I'll feel sorry for myself. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Tianhe suddenly burst out. His body swayed, and it looked like he was pouncing forward, but at the same time, it looked like he was retreating. He executed a peerless martial art movement technique. In an instant, many shadows appeared, creating all kinds of illusions in the air. There was even a violent spiritual wave that invaded Jiang Li's mind. He wanted to hypnotize Jiang Li. You're courting death. Jiang Li's body went into the depths of the space again. The milky white rock flew up and turned into a sonic boom. It swept past and almost turned into a line of fire in the air. It was created by friction with the air due to the extreme speed, just like the flames created by a falling meteorite. Bang! The back of Jiang Tianhe's head was penetrated, and his body fell to the ground. His brain was completely destroyed and couldn't be recovered. With modern human science and technology, even if the head was chopped off, it could still be recovered as long as it was treated in time. However, if the brain tissue was destroyed, it would be incurable. Seeing that the three of them were completely dead, Jiang Li didn't stay any longer and left immediately. He believed that this place would be thoroughly investigated by the Star University soon. However, he used the milky white rock to kill them, so there wouldn't be any traces left. With the three of them dead, he finally got rid of one of his worries. Otherwise, he would be constantly being watched and could die at any time. No one would feel comfortable if they were in his shoes. This time, he did it cleanly. It was a pity that he didn't get any information about the Jiang family's background in the Star University. Otherwise, it would be even more perfect. With the improvement of his mental state, Jiang Li became more and more decisive. He swept away his previous cowardice. This time, killing Jiang Tianhe was much faster than killing Jiang Lu. He couldn't leave any hidden dangers behind. Otherwise, he might be killed by the other party. I'll go back now and find Mentor Hong Heiyu to continue my cultivation. Now that I've activated the power of the milky white rock, my strength has increased by many folds. I'm not afraid of the sonic mecha or even the battleship. It's a pity that I can't expose myself. I have to go back and do some research. Maybe the rock has new functions. He opened the space portal and entered his own space again. The rock soared into the sky and flew towards the freshman base of the Star University. Not long after, he landed a few hundred kilometers away from the base. He then kept the rock and leaped on foot. An hour later, he arrived at the base and immediately contacted Li Jun and the others. Haha, Jiang Li, you're finally back. You actually escaped the pursuit of the Fire God Bird King? The four teammates were overjoyed to see Jiang Li back. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed something was wrong. Jiang Li, your vitality is so strong. I feel that you have a majestic and mighty aura, like a great river. I'm not your opponent at all. In the process of escaping from the Fire God Bird King, I finally comprehended the mental state and advanced. Thus, the shackles of my physical body were removed, and the potential of my cells was released. My vitality should be at 3 now. Jiang Li's words were full of lies and were impeccable. Moreover, he had a lot of things. The white rock was related to his life, so he couldn't say it. Your vitality has reached 3? A voice sounded behind him. Jiang Li quickly turned around and found that it was the mysterious Mentor Hong Heiyu. Chapter 132. Kacha Kacha. Jiang Li felt his shoulder being grabbed by Hong Heiyu. The bones in his body felt like they were going to fall apart. He was in excruciating pain, but he still smiled and didn't dare to make a sound. He knew that if he cried out in pain, he would be beaten up by the teacher. Although his vitality had broken through to 3, he was far from being Hong Heiyu's opponent. Hong Heiyu checked his body and praised. It's only been 2 days, and you've advanced from 7 to 3. That's not easy. The most important thing is the improvement of your mental state, allowing your brain to develop to a higher degree. You can control the whole body, and your cells can hold more potential. The brain was the most mysterious part of the human body. The current technology couldn't fully research the human brain. The development of the human brain was far from enough. Technology could only modify the body, but not the brain. The development of the brain depended on the cultivation of the mind. Every time the cultivation of the mind increased under the influence of the brain, every organ and every inch of muscle in the body would be strengthened. Otherwise, no matter how many elixirs people took and how much genetic modification they underwent, there wouldn't be a large-scale improvement in their physical strength. If Jiang Li didn't advance to major concentration, the cell volume in his body would reach a limit. No matter how much he cultivated, it would be difficult to break through to 3. Moreover, the mental state was also very helpful for genetic modification. The success rate of ordinary people injecting genetic potions was very low. But people with a strong mental state could control their own genes and activate the potion to dissolve them. They could even remove some unnecessary genes, greatly increasing the success rate. Jiang Li studied psychology and genetics. He knew the subtle connection between genes and the mind. Studying at Star Sky University was a high-level secret of human technology. They even had to learn battleship and mecha manufacturing, maintenance, and metal extraction. As their knowledge deepened, they even had to learn some methods of the cultivation civilization. Seeing the teacher checking Jiang Li's body, the other teammates didn't dare to speak. They knew they couldn't interrupt when the teacher was talking, or they would be beaten. Good, not bad. His muscles and bones are strengthened, and his fascia is also tough. He's not afraid of swords and knives. This body can barely enter my eyes. His blood is milky white, and when it turns azure, it will be a major success. Hong Heiyu let go of Jiang Li and glanced at the others. In comparison, you guys are much weaker. In the future, when there are competitions between the various teams, don't embarrass me, especially in front of some of my enemies. If you lose face, I won't let you off easily. Among the mentors of Starry Sky University, there were also conflicts between the teams they trained. If the team lost, the mentors would lose face. Li Jun and the others looked at each other in dismay. They knew that the heavy training and tasks would be pressing down on them again, and they wouldn't have a good time anymore. Don't worry, I said I would let you rest for 3 days, and I won't go back on my word. I won't give you any specific training during these 3 days. However, in these 3 days, if you have any questions regarding cultivation, you can ask me. Hong Heiyu was still true to his words. He pointed at Jiang Li, especially you. You have just reached a ding. Although you have found your own Tao, it is not firm. You will still have doubts and confusion. Your spirit will still regress. This is the most dangerous period. What is Minner's Tao? Jiang Li hurriedly asked. I cultivate the 10 directional hell Tao. To cultivate this martial art, one must experience countless times of pain and torture, and then turn the pain into bliss. Bitterness is not bitterness, and bliss is not bliss. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said that if hell is not empty, he vowed not to become a Buddha. In fact, hell is a pure land. There is no hell, so how can there be such a thing as empty or not empty? The Diamond Sutra said that Buddha said to save all living beings, but in fact, he did not save any living beings because all living beings are not the same. My Tao is to let all living beings know that hell is a pure land. Everything is a change in the heart. With a thought, hell is a pure land, and with a thought, the pure land becomes hell. Hong Heiyu took a few steps forward. This way, the world will know what pain is. Once they understand the nature of pain, they will no longer suffer. Excellent. Jiang Li sighed in admiration. This was yet another new cultivation realm. Mentor, I've seen someone break through to Chongding's realm before. Once he breaks through, with him as the center, his heart will spread out, and all living beings will be able to sense it. Jiang Li thought of Wang Changro. But what is forming a sacred embryo? How can one's heart and energy be transformed and gathered? What kind of thing is the spiritual chi of heaven and earth? Why can it be absorbed with the heart? He saw the cultivation civilization's golden hand that could actually destroy battleships. This was a pure energy body. Energy was an illusory thing, but it could actually interfere with matter. This was similar to the energy of the human base. I know your doubts. Sit down. Hong Heiyu pointed to an empty space under a tree, walked forward, and sat down on the ground. All the members of the team sat down and surrounded Hong Heiyu. Energy and the heart are a topic that we humans are currently researching. In fact, a sacred embryo is a combination of the heart and energy. In ancient Taoism, it is also called a nascent soul, or a baby. When a sacred embryo is formed, there will be supernatural powers. Hong Heiyu's voice was deep and mysterious, as if it came from the depths of hell since ancient times. Supernatural powers? Zhongli asked in a low voice. Supernatural powers are supernatural things. They're the combination of the heart and energy, and they appear in the physical world. For example, this. Behind Hong Heiyu, 6 arms suddenly appeared. They were like giant crabs or spiders. They suddenly grabbed Zhongli out of thin air. This is not a heart illusion, nor is it innate chi. It is real. Zhongli was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This is the arm of an energy body. Oh my God, this is a supernatural power? Doesn't that make the heart appear in the physical world? In my opinion, this is the manifestation of divinity. You've made a grave mistake. This is a sacred embryo, not the manifestation of divinity. You should have learned the 3 realms theory before. Hong Heiyu gave a shout, and the 6 arms behind him disappeared, shrinking back into his body. The heart cannot directly appear in the physical world. It must rely on the body. The body is actually a kind of energy. The 3 realms are the heart, energy, and the physical world. The physical body is energy. A person's thoughts must be realized through the movements of the physical body. In fact, as long as a person finds a suitable energy and their heart is strong enough, the heart and energy can be combined and they can have the same effect as the physical body. The most suitable energy to replace the physical body is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. On the ancient earth, there was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so no matter how strong one's heart was, there would be no supernatural powers. But now that humans have left the universe, they have obtained this energy called spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After forming the sacred embryo, they will have supernatural powers. As for the vision domain realm, there is no need for any energy, and the heart can directly appear in the physical world, which is different from supernatural powers. Just like how a car needs energy to move, without energy, it is just a pile of scrap metal. The vision domain realm does not need any energy. The heart can appear in the physical world, and because it does not need energy, it will not be destroyed. On the other hand, after forming the sacred embryo, if it is not constantly injected with spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it will die. The sacred embryo needs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish it. Without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is like a car without energy. This is the difference between the sacred embryo and the vision domain realm. So it's like this. Zhongli nodded. He understood. Although his mentor Hong Heiyu's spiritual energy arm was strong, it was actually another kind of physical body. The heart could control energy and combine with energy to display its effect. Remember, the vision domain realm is not something the sacred embryo can compare to. It is not this kind of small fight. Those people have vast thoughts that can cover half a planet, or even an entire planet. Because they do not need energy or a physical body, they can use their thoughts to move from one planet to another, living anywhere. If I am not on the Emperor's star and go to Earth, without the support of spirit stones, the sacred embryo will quickly wither and my vitality will regress. Didn't they say that to break through 3 digits, we still need to rely on the wormhole of the battleship? Zhongli said, breaking through 3 digits in vitality doesn't mean one can reach the vision domain realm. Perhaps it is the meditative memory realm. The meditative memory is split into 3 levels: forgetting oneself, forgetting one's form, and forgetting one's world. Actually, it is what the Buddha said: there is no self, no human, no living beings, and no long life. Forgetting one's world is to forget the entire world. The entire world includes all living beings and long life. Hong Heiyu explained patiently, the experts with vitality in the 3 digits have very big differences. Do you think the difference between 100 and 999 is big? Perhaps there are humans with vitality in the 4 digits. 4 digits. Zhang Li and the others were shocked as they sighed. Looking at it now, breaking through 2 digits in vitality was an unattainable dream. With a vitality of 3, Zhang Li felt that he was a Superman. 2 digits meant he was a god. 3 digits was already unimaginable. What about 4 digits? With your current dieting memory realm, your vitality can still grow. As long as you absorb enough spiritual chi from heaven and earth and constantly train, I think under my nurturing, your vitality can reach 7. Then it can't grow anymore. You must reach dieting memory realm, never to regress. Then your brain will continue to develop and drive the potential of your entire body to double digits. Hong Heiyu's eyes were sharp and perceptive. Jiang Li understood that he had to cultivate step by step to increase his vitality to 7. Then he would comprehend dieting memory realm, expand his body's potential, and cultivate step by step until it reached 2 digits. Then he would begin to comprehend the embryonic breath realm, condense the sacred embryo, and store a huge amount of energy in his body, gaining all kinds of magical powers. In this way, he could release something similar to the Golden Hand that could destroy battleships. Suddenly, he thought of something. All right, Minter, our Star Sky University's human base uses energy to transport things and wrap us in battle. Could it be that there's a huge sacred embryo inside? The energy in Star Sky University's human base was vast and pervasive. If it was activated, it could completely shatter meteorites from outer space. It was enough to suppress storms, earthquakes, thunder, and expel enemies. It was ever-changing inside, and this energy was much more powerful than the Golden Hand that could destroy battleships. But how could it condense energy? Interfere with matter? The core of our Star Sky University's human base is a huge technological furnace that can condense energy to a high degree and condense it into an entity, interfering with all kinds of matter. This is the most advanced technology of mankind, the core technology obtained from the alien battleship. In fact, your martial arts master system is also a method of using energy, so it's not rare. Technology uses machinery to use energy, and cultivation uses the mind to use energy. Both are actually different paths to the same goal. Hong Heiyu explained, flesh and blood is a type of energy, but it contains impurities, so after eating flesh and blood, there will be excretions. The process of cultivation is to remove the impurities from the flesh and blood step by step, making it purer and more powerful. Chapter 133. Under Hong Heiyu's guidance, the mystery of cultivation was finally revealed step by step. No one had ever explained the relationship between the mind, energy, and matter in such a scientific and systematic way. The physical body was indeed a form of energy. The more energy contained in the flesh, the more power a person had. For example, the energy arm that Hong Heiyu had just displayed could already use the mind to gather spiritual energy and condense it into an energy body in the body, a new organ. From this, it could be confirmed that Hong Heiyu was definitely in the embryonic breathing realm. In the vast universe, there are very powerful creatures. For now, the cultivation aborigines on the Emperor Star are not considered much. Humans once discovered a type of life. They're all pure energy bodies. Every newborn has a vitality of more than 2 digits. Their technology is powerful, their lifespan is long, and their power is overwhelming. These races are the most terrifying. After Hong Heiyu finished his explanation, he let out a long sigh. The reason why humanity's technology has advanced by leaps and bounds and left Earth is because of a fallen spaceship. However, humanity is still unable to comprehend some of the most advanced technologies on this spaceship, such as the soul conversion technology and space folding technology. According to the information, the owner of this fallen spaceship was a group of energy bodies. Each of them was a godlike figure, but no one knew why they had fallen. Originally, 200 years ago, they came to Earth with the intention of using the humans on Earth as experimental subjects. However, an accident occurred, causing Earth civilization to explode to its current stage in a short 200 years. However, if that civilization attacks again, we humans will definitely be crushed like eggs. Soul transfer technology? Zhongli had never heard of this technology. He knew about the space folding technology, but humans had not yet developed it. Is the transfer of souls. The human soul can be changed at will, or even grafted onto a machine, causing humans to live forever. Not only did Hong Heiyu explain cultivation, but he also explained science. He was really knowledgeable. Now, even I cannot leave my physical body. Although I have formed a sacred fetus, when my physical body dies, the sacred fetus will also wither. It is impossible to carry out soul grafting. How is the research on the space folding technology? This was what Zhongli was most concerned about. The prototype has been developed, but the created space is very unstable and could collapse at any time. I think it will take decades of research before it can be put on the market. Hong Heiyu was very clear about the advanced technology of the humans, because he was also a member of the human elite zone. In the cultivation civilization, there's something called magical equipment that can create space. Zhongli asked tentatively. He wanted to know more about the Dream Heart Sutra and the secret of the milky white stone. We don't have such a treasure for now. Hong Heiyu shook his head. From what I know, the treasures in the cultivation civilization are also a method of using energy. They seal the violent energy in the world with their spirit force and explode it when needed. As for creating a stable space, that's too terrifying. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly rang throughout the entire human freshman base. Something big happened. Hong Heiyu seemed to be very familiar with this alarm. His expression changed. Every time the alarm rang, it meant that something big had happened. It's extremely dangerous outside. The members of the Big River team had an accident 5,000 kilometers away from the human base. 3 corpses have just been discovered, and the wreckage of the battleship and mech have also been found. The initial guess is that they encountered the natives of the Emperor planet. All students should not go out for the time being, lest they get killed. That's right, Big River team. Don't go out for the time being, lest you get killed. The image changed and showed many battleships searching in the sky. Some warriors in Mecca were transporting the wreckage and corpses of the battleships. On the screen, one could clearly see that Jiang Tianhe, Huang Yi, and Li Nawei's corpses had a big hole in their heads. Their brains were completely destroyed, and they couldn't be more dead. The 3 of them are dead? Li Zhen and the others revealed a shocked expression and found it hard to believe. However, Hong Heiyu was as calm as usual. He seemed to be used to seeing life and death and didn't care at all. It's good that they're dead. Zhongli seemed to be relieved. With these 3 dead, I don't have to be afraid anymore. The destroyed battleship was destroyed by a powerful energy that was released in an instant. Hong Heiyu observed the screen. As for the sonic speed mecha, it was destroyed by a flying sword. As for the 3 who were killed, it's a bit strange. It seems like some kind of small particle passed through their heads at high speed and killed them. That thing has to be at least 5 times the speed of sound to cause such destruction. It's not a bullet. Could it be some kind of artifact? Amazing. Zhongli praised in his heart. Hong Heiyu just looked at the screen and immediately deduced so much information. Fortunately, he didn't kill them himself. Otherwise, the Star Sky University would definitely investigate. And now, all the blame was pushed to the aboriginals of the alien planet. It had nothing to do with him. The destroyed battleship and the damaged mecha were irrefutable evidence. No one could refute it. This matter is indeed a bit dangerous. Don't go out for a few days. I'll discuss with some mentors and go out to eliminate those aboriginals. Remember, training is training, but don't throw your life away. There's only a fine line between not being afraid of death and throwing your life away. One is fearlessness, the other is stupidity. Hong Black Prison stood up and disappeared in a flash. No matter how Jiangli looked, he couldn't see how Hong Black Prison left. This time, the Jiang family lost another student of the Star Sky University. I'm slowly weakening the strength of this family. Jiangli knew that Jiang Tian's death would shake the entire Sun and Moon group, but had nothing to do with him. At the same time, the human base on the moon. Now, it had been built with green plains, high mountains, and flowing rivers. The most common thing on the moon was a special kind of osmanthus tree. The entire place was filled with a pleasant fragrance. In the depths of a pavilion in the sky, a group of people were holding a meeting. "Old man, there's news from the Star Sky University. Our family's outstanding talent, Jiang Tianhe, and his fiancée are dead." A report was placed on the table and handed to a dignified old man. This old man was tall and strong, but his hair was pitch black. At first glance, he looked very old, but the more he looked, the younger he looked. This was one of the old men of the Sun and Moon group, Jiang Haitian. He was in charge of the essence of the Sun and Moon group and the production base of all kinds of drugs. Of course, there were some powerful figures in the Sun and Moon group. They weren't in the ordinary area, but the elite area. Jiang Jinyue was also one of the core members of the meeting. At this moment, he sat aside obediently and didn't dare to say a word, waiting for the old man to speak. The Jiang family had a strict hierarchy. The superior had the power to kill the inferior. This was the family rule. Apart from Jiang Jinyue, there are also a few people in charge of the Jiang family. Dead? Tiana died, just like that? Old man Jiang Haitian's body trembled. He picked up the report, and his eyes suddenly became sharp as if he was going to tear the air apart. The entire meeting room was so silent that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Although the Jiang family was a giant group, it was rare for a disciple to be admitted to the Star Sky University. "Old man, how did Tiana die? And how is the little bastard Jiang Li doing in the Star Sky University?" Jiang Jinyue couldn't help but ask. "Shut up." Jiang Haitian slammed the table and shouted, scaring everyone into silence. "Jiang Jinyue, you have disappointed me this time. I asked you to build a base in the black market on Earth to increase the sales quota of our Sun and Moon essence. But what did you do? What a mess. Instead, you withdrew your investment and made a fool of yourself. Do you think you should be punished?" "I should be punished. I should be punished. But Jiang Jindong's son killed my son, so he deserves to die." Jiang Jinyue trembled and quickly admitted his mistake. However, he had been grieving for losing his son, so he quickly took the opportunity to mention Jiang Li and remind the old man to deal with it. This time, Tiana's death caused a great loss to our Jiang family. He was killed on the Emperor's Star by a native expert from an alien planet. He died for humanity, and the Star Sky University has already started to compensate him. However, the location of his death was very strange. The other students and mentors of the Jiang family in the Star Sky University found something suspicious. He was killed near the freshman base. Logically speaking, he was a senior student and shouldn't have appeared in the freshman base. After investigation, he went to deal with Jiang Li, but he was unlucky and encountered a native expert. Jiang Haitian said slowly, completely regaining his composure. "Then could it be that Jiang Li?" Jiang Jinyue hurriedly said, "Jiang Li doesn't have that kind of strength. Destroying a battleship and cutting through a hypersonic mecha requires a huge amount of energy." Jiang Haitian looked at the report and suddenly became angry again. His voice became louder. "However, all of this is related to that bastard. If it wasn't for him, how could Tiana die?" "Yes, old man is right," Jiang Jinyue echoed, feeling very happy in his heart. "I've already ordered our Jiang family in the Star Sky University to find a way to make this little bastard quit school. Then, we'll capture him and bring him back to the Jiang family. We'll punish him and make him our test subject. We'll capture Jiang Jindong and make him work for us until he dies." Jiang Haitian tapped his fingers on the table. However, now that Jiang Jindong has joined the security group and is protected by a master, there's nothing we can do. Jiang Jinyue's face was bitter. I also left the black market because of the appearance of that master. I didn't want our family to suffer heavy losses. Are you talking about Wang Kurong? Jiang Haitian opened the file, and Wang Changrong's body appeared. The information was all top secret. This person is hard to deal with. All of his information is top secret. Obviously, he has a very deep background in the government. Right now, his prestige in the 36 Hua cities is very high, and his strength can be described as unfathomable. Also, he might be from the Wang family. Wang family. All the senior members of the Jiang family swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Wang family was much bigger than the Jiang family. So what? Jiang Haitian snorted. Our Jiang family also has a top master, Jiang Nailin. How many people in the Wang family can defeat him? This is the reason why our Jiang family hasn't fallen for 10,000 years. Humph! The Wang family has been standing at the top for so many years. It's time for the Jiang family to step aside. But what if the ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Chao, is still alive? The senior members expressed their worry. He must be dead, Jiang Haitian said firmly. He hasn't appeared for many years. Even when the Wang family encountered several major crises, he didn't show up. Have you forgotten? 20 years ago, the human government investigated the Restoration Organization and arrested some people from the Wang family. The Wang family obediently handed over the people and didn't fight against the human government. This shows that they have lost their confidence. Kill Wang Kurong and capture Jiang Zhendong. Jiang Haitian looked into the distance as if he was looking at the earth. He ordered, Zhenyue, Zhinshan, Zhenlei, the three of you come up with a plan to reunite the black market and capture Jiang Zhendong. Don't worry, I'll support you. The Jiang family will support you. It's time to let the world know the power of the Jiang family. Yes, the three of them stood up. Chapter 134. On the Emperor Planet. The night in the dense forest was cold and silent, with the occasional howl of beasts. Jiangli breathed out a long breath, which turned into a long white line and flew for more than 10 meters before being blown away by the cold wind. The white line was as long as a dragon, showing Jiangli's ability to control airflow. They were very far away from a human base. It was another area on the Emperor Planet. Jiangli didn't have a battleship or a mecha, so he couldn't fly long distances. But he had the milky white stone, which allowed him to fly at 5 times the speed of sound and move tens of thousands of kilometers away. Now that the human base was under strict surveillance, he couldn't absorb the spirit chi nearby. So he flew for 2 hours every night and came to a deserted place on the Emperor Planet to cultivate. After the great meditation, his spirit chi was extremely strong, and he could absorb more spirit chi. After absorbing the spirit chi, he entered the dream again and saw the mark on the stone. Dream for thousands of autumns. What year is it today? The middle-aged man in white showed up. Not bad. Your spiritual cultivation has improved again. This time, you can activate the Emperor's Seal. Do you want to do it? After that, your spirit chi will be weak for 3 days. What's so special about the Emperor's Seal? What's its function? Jiangli didn't rush to cultivate this time. He wanted to know more first. Water is the source of everything. It nourishes everything and gives birth to life. When water is violent, it can kill everything and cause disasters. But most of the time, it's gentle. After cultivating the Emperor's Seal, it can balance with the Fire's Seal. Water and fire complement each other. Yin and yang are in harmony. Your body will be more resilient and you can absorb more spirit chi, the man explained. Have I cultivated the Emperor's Fire Seal enough? Jiangli asked again. It's far from enough. The Spirit Heavenly Emperor imprint contains the profundities of creation and the mysteries of longevity. Each of the imprints contains a celestial phenomenon. Right now, you don't even have a basic understanding of this martial art. Only after you condense the Saint Embryo would this martial art truly display its might. Because the Saint Embryo you condensed using this martial art wouldn't be an ordinary Saint Embryo, but the embryo of a heavenly emperor. The white-robed, middle-aged man continued. The Thearch's fetus controls everything, operates the universe, comprehends creation, creates pure yang, and obtains eternal life. As long as you can form the holy embryo, you will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than anyone else. Of course, it's more difficult for you to form a divine embryo than anyone else. Stepping onto the path of the arch is bound to be a peerless path of supremacy. In the universe, only you're supreme, and within the 3 dimensions, you're invincible. Great monarch's embryo. Zhongli thought of the holy fetus that his mentor, Hong Heiyu, had mentioned, and his heart could not help but tremble. All right, what kind of magic treasure is this stone? Why can it absorb the energy of a wormhole jump? The conversation between him and the middle-aged man in white did not have the slightest gap between civilizations. The words that he said could be understood by the middle-aged man in white. This was because they were communicating with each other through their hearts. Even if it was the scientific terminology of Earth, there was no hindrance in communicating. This stone is called the Thearka's relic. Its origin is very mysterious. It's rumored that in the universe, it's the most resplendent pearl on the crown of the arch of the strongest race. I'm merely one of the owners of this jewel, the white-robed middle-aged man slowly said. Then you must be the strongest out of all the previous owners. Zhongli smiled and asked curiously, "Did you create this great spirit emperor's seal yourself?" "No, it's a cultivation technique that came from the Thearka's relic. I merely inherited this cultivation technique. What you're seeing is just a spiritual imprint that I left behind after I died." The white-robed middle-aged man sighed and said thoughtfully, "This relic is the strongest magic treasure and possesses unparalleled power. However, you can't activate it. As your spirit force gets stronger, many of the profoundness of this magic treasure will be revealed. Absorbing energy to open up a space is really nothing. If it absorbs enough energy, it can even evolve into a world." "It really can? Then how can I let it absorb energy? Do I have to do it every time I go through a wormhole? What if it absorbs too much energy and the battleship collapses during the wormhole jump? Then I'll be dead for sure." Every time Zhongli sat on the battleship, he would be in a cold sweat. Fortunately, human technology was so advanced that all the battleships that went through wormholes had backup energy. If it were decades ago, the battleship would have collapsed due to the lack of energy during his first jump, and he would have turned into particles in the wormhole. You'll have to wait until you form the Saint Fetus before you can give you the answer. I can't explain it to you now, because I can't understand the secret of this Thearka's relic in my entire life. The white-robed middle-aged man shook his head and said seriously, "Will you activate the Great Emperor's watermark to cultivate?" "I won't activate the Great Emperor's watermark to cultivate." Zhongli thought about it and made his choice. Although the Great Emperor's watermark was miraculous, he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. He hadn't fully comprehended the wind and thunder seals yet, and he had just started to learn the fire seal. It wouldn't be of much use if he continued to learn it. Cultivation had to be done bit by bit, without the slightest bit of falsehood or luck. It was better to be slow than to have a solid foundation. Besides, he would have to go through the devilish training tomorrow. If he was mentally weak, he wouldn't be able to withstand Hong Heiyu's torture. Now he had 3 days of weakness because his brain cells weren't strong enough. As he cultivated, his vitality could reach 7. At that time, his brain cells would be more powerful, and he wouldn't have any weakness period if he activated the watermark. After making up his mind, he entered the space of the milky white stone again and urged the stone to fly at 5 times the speed of sound. He approached the human base and landed quietly. Then, he pretended that he had just returned from cultivation and went back to the base to sleep peacefully. Get up, the training begins." On the 3rd day, before dawn, Hong Heiyu's voice rumbled like thunder, which almost made his ears bleed. Zhongli hurriedly got up and washed up. When he arrived at the assembly point, he saw Hong Heiyu standing there like a god with a huge saber in his hand. With a cold glance, Li Zhen and the other 3 felt their legs go soft. Even Zhongli felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't know what this teacher wanted to do. Today's training is for you to enter the crater of a volcano and collect a medicinal ingredient called purifying sparks. Hong Heiyu activated the optical computer chip. The destination is a huge volcanic group 30,000 kilometers away. Activate the battleship. Rumble. As soon as Hong Black Prison's voice fell, a battleship appeared. This battleship slowly flew out from the depths of the base. It was 100 meters long and looked ferocious. There were many sharp spikes on it, and it looked like a huge space monster. Suddenly, a surge of energy shot down and swept the 5 of them into the battleship. Jiangli came to the interior of the battleship and found that it was very spacious. The decorations were very luxurious, and there were rare and precious items everywhere. Sitting inside was like lying in the clouds, giving off a feeling of being on cloud 9. Teacher, is this your battleship? Yang Miaoyu touched the sofa in surprise and found that there were traces of lightning flowing on her skin. She didn't feel like she was being stimulated by the electric current. Instead, she felt like all the cells in her body were activated. This was the fur of the sky-shaking thunder beast. Furthermore, it had been specially processed with high technology. When a person laid on it, the electric ions contained within would automatically enter the human cells, strengthening the cells. This was the fur that humans yearned for day and night. It had to be known that it was not easy to hunt a sky-shaking thunder beast. After hunting it, the skin that was peeled off could not be used directly. Otherwise, the person would be electrocuted into a pile of charcoal by the high-voltage current. At this time, it had to be processed with advanced technology. After going through countless complicated processes, only then could one piece be made. Only a person like Hong Heiyu could afford such a luxury item. This was because this type of fur was not sold in the market at all. On Earth, even the richest person would not be able to buy such a thing. Moreover, compared to the Great River Squad's Starfish battleship, this battleship was many times stronger. This was because it even had an energy system. Just now, it had directly released energy to envelop Jiang Li and the others. Teacher, the cost of this battleship of yours must be amazing. How much celestial dollars does it cost? Lu Jiajia's eyes shone with envy. The attractiveness of things like battleships to girls was 100 times greater than the attraction of luxury cars to beauties hundreds of years ago. If any guy gives me this battleship, I will immediately marry him. This battleship was custom-made by me. I've spent most of my wealth on it. I've also relied on this battleship to save my life many times. Hong Heiyu sat cross-legged and spoke in a cold tone. Everyone felt surprised when they heard these words. People like Hong Heiyu had immeasurable wealth. If he used most of his wealth to build this battleship, how much would it cost? Everyone stopped talking. Start. Hong Heiyu gave the order, and everyone felt the battleship shake. About 10 minutes later, the battleship fluctuated again and stopped. Jiangli looked up and saw countless volcanoes appearing on the big screen. Some of the volcanoes even spewed thick black smoke. We're here. Let's go down. Hong Heiyu said, 30,000 kilometers? We're here already? It's only been 10 minutes. Lu Jiajia exclaimed and almost jumped up. God, how fast is this battleship? What's this? According to the calculations on Earth, the first cosmic speed is 7.9 kilometers per second. The second cosmic speed is 11.2 kilometers per second, and the third cosmic speed is 17.6 kilometers per second. The speed of my battleship has long since surpassed the third cosmic speed. What's 30,000 kilometers in 10 minutes? Hong Heiyu waved his hand and said, battleships are divided into many levels. In the future, when you learn battleship manufacturing knowledge, you will understand the true mysteries of science. As Hong Heiyu waved his hand, a wave of energy swept over. The 5 of them were wrapped in it and slowly descended. As their feet landed on the crater of the volcano, a wave of heat, sulfur, and poisonous gas hit them in the face. Everyone coughed nonstop. The breath of the volcano is poisonous. No, my lungs are burning. I can't take it. Yang Miaoyu was so irritated by the poisonous gas that her tears flowed down. She pinched her nose and said, Mecha! I want to wear a mecha! A gas mask. Pa! A big slap landed on her face. Breathe in the poisonous gas. If your lungs are rotten, I will treat them. Starry Sky University's medical technology can repair your internal organs even if they are rotten. You can't even take this little bit of pain. Your will is weak. Just go back. Mentor Hong Hei-yu began to hit her again. Yang Miaoyu quickly shut up and put on a serious expression. She didn't even dare to complain about the pain. Today, you have to collect pure fire sparks. You can't wear any mecha. You have to use your body to withstand the high temperature and poisonous gas. Don't be afraid of death. This is one of the first cultivation methods of the hell path. Being able to experience the torture of hell will improve your mind to the next level. Chapter 135. All kinds of black smoke, poisonous gas, and sulfur-like heat waves were constantly ejected from the crater of the volcano. The temperature here was at least 80 degrees Celsius. If they went deeper, the temperature would be even higher. After standing here for a while, they were dizzy from all kinds of poisonous gas. If they wanted to go in and collect some clean sparks without wearing a mecha or a protective suit, they were simply courting death. Jiang Li understood that Hong Hei-yu was letting their bodies suffer the torture of hell. It didn't matter if they were dead or alive. Anyway, as long as he was here, they wouldn't die. They would only live a life worse than death. After experiencing the pain and torture again and again, their hearts were calm and peaceful, and they treated hell as nothing. Teacher, we can't do this. If this goes on, we will be poisoned. Li Jun coughed repeatedly. He was also suffocated by the black smoke and poisonous gas. Trash. Hong Hei-yu came up and gave them another big slap. Your bodies are 100 times stronger than ordinary people. Your lungs' ability to remove poison is also outstanding. Why do you need to rely on external forces? Look. As he spoke, he took a deep breath. Black smoke billowed, and a lot of sulfur and poisonous gas were all inhaled into his mouth and nose. Then he coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of thick black phlegm. After all the black smoke and poisonous gas entered his body, he actually stimulated his lungs, blood, and endocrine to purify it, turning it into thick phlegm. Amazing! Jiang Li's whole body trembled as he watched. He learned this technique again. He saw that Hong Hei-yu used the powerful blood cleansing ability in his body to disintegrate the poison, and then used the filtering ability of his lungs to condense some of the particles. Then he stimulated the mucus in his body to wrap the particles in his lungs, turning them into phlegm and spitting them out. This ability to control the body was already very clear. The body is the most powerful and the most precise instrument. If your mind can perfectly control every inch of your body, then you can survive in any place without any tools. When the poisonous gas enters your body, you can stimulate the detoxification power in your blood to dissolve the poison. And then through sweat, you can expel the poison out of your body. When the particles enter your lungs, you can secrete mucus to wrap the particles and expel them through spitting. With the state of your mind, as long as any part of your body is uncomfortable or sick, you can feel it and then stimulate the endocrine system to adjust and repair accordingly. You have consumed so many spirit stones that your cells have stored enough energy, but it has not been released yet. Hong Hei-yu explained in detail how to use the mind to control the endocrine system to detoxify, how to secrete mucus, and how to clear the particles in the lungs. This was truly a living lesson, a perfect analysis of the mysteries of the human body. In fact, you need to learn how to absorb heat. When the heat waves come, you need to open and close your pores to absorb the heat and eject it out of your mouth. This will prevent the heat from invading your internal organs. This will keep your internal organs cool. As long as your internal organs are not damaged, you will have powerful combat power. As he spoke, Hong Hei-yu began to demonstrate. Sure enough, once it was activated, with him as the center, the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. It was as if a lot of heat was being sucked in by his pores and then sprayed out in one breath. The heat wave was overwhelming, making people feel like this breath was like boiling water. The temperature even exceeded 100 degrees Celsius. This is our mentor. He's really amazing. Jiang Li suddenly learned a lot of things, especially how to absorb heat through his pores, instantly convert it, concentrate it, and eject it out of his mouth to keep his internal organs cool. This was similar to some of the movements of the Great Emperor's Fire Seal. Before, he didn't understand many of the movements of the Great Emperor's Fire Seal, but now he was enlightened. At the same time, he was glad that he was steady and didn't cultivate the Great Emperor's watermark too quickly. Otherwise, how could he understand the true mystery of the Fire Seal? He even felt that he had to go back and study the Wind and Thunder Seals. There must be many details that he hadn't mastered. He hadn't formed the sacred embryo yet, and the Mind Emperor Seal was still a martial art, not a celestial art. Moreover, according to the middle-aged man in white, the Mind Emperor Seal he cultivated would definitely be on the path of forming the Great Emperor's embryo in the future, which would be many times more difficult than forming the sacred embryo for other cultivators. Therefore, he had to build a good foundation from now on. He wouldn't be greedy, and he had to cultivate step by step. He also started to learn from Hong Heiyu. He secretly circulated the supreme power of the Great Emperor's Fire Seal. As expected, the violent heat waves were all absorbed by his skin. Before they could penetrate into his organs, he would spit them out. Sometimes he would spit out a mouthful of black phlegm, which would spit out all the poisonous gas and particles that he had inhaled. Immediately, Zhongli felt much better as he stood at the mouth of the volcano. Good, you're a fast learner. Seeing this, Hong Heiyu couldn't help but praise. You seem to have cultivated a samadhi true fire art. Training in the volcano will be of great help. Hong Heiyu waved his hand again and let everyone go deeper to train. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of a battleship came from the sky. A huge battleship appeared out of nowhere and stopped in the air. Its aura was similar to that of Hong Heiyu's battleship. It seemed to be a battleship of the same level. Hong Heiyu raised his head. His eyes flickered with a different luster, and he felt a little cold. A beam of light shot down from the battleship, pushing away the black smoke and poisonous gas. Then, 6 people appeared. It was a teacher with 5 students behind him. This teacher was a tall, middle-aged man. His temperament was different from that of Hong Heiyu. Hong Heiyu's temperament was violent and deep, like an ancient fierce king hibernating in hell. And this tall, middle-aged man in front of him was quiet, distant, profound, and had a scholarly aura. It made Zhongli think of the righteous martial arts masters in wuxia novels. And Hong Heiyu was the hegemon of the heterodox path. Guei Junzi, it's you. Hong Heiyu let out a long laugh. With a fake smile, he greeted, You also brought students here to cultivate? Of course it's me. Every year on this day, there will be a fluctuation in these volcanoes. The magma in the depths of the earth will surge and bring up the deepest things. There might be fire-attributed spiritual stones. These spiritual stones are very precious. After a person absorbs them, the fire essence will be stored in their cells. It will gradually improve their physique and refine all the impurities in their flesh and blood. You want to bring disciples to obtain it, and I want to bring disciples to obtain it too. The middle-aged man with the scholarly aura said calmly. His name was Guei Junzi. At a glance, it was obvious that he was also a powerful teacher. Meng Xingyun, Zhang Li, on the other hand, saw with a single glance that among the 5 disciples, there was a youth with a tall and straight figure. His temperament was out of this world, and he carried a strong aura of a classical swordsman. He didn't seem to be a person of this world. It was precisely the Meng Hengyun who had defeated him that time. That battle caused him to lose the qualification for the top 10. So strong. He's even stronger than me. His vitality doesn't seem to be below Jiang Tian's. Zhang Li looked over and realized that even he couldn't estimate Meng Xingyun's strength. It was already more than 3 months ago when Meng Xingyun battled with him. Meng Xingyun's vitality was already more than 3. But that wasn't the main point. As the top freshman, he received the attention of the higher-ups of the Starry Sky University during those 3 months. He was immediately given special attention and received all kinds of training. 3 months in the Starry Sky University was enough for a person to be reborn. For example, Zhongli hadn't been here for long and hadn't received special training, but he had already risen from 25 to 3. All in all, the top 10 students of the Starry Sky University received 100 times more resources than ordinary students. Every student in the top 10 after 3 months of training, would greatly surpass the other freshmen. Moreover, someone like Meng Xingyun was the top student among billions of students. There was nothing to say about his aptitude. Jiangli couldn't compare to him at all. Jiangli, it's actually you? A little girl's voice rang out. It was Tang Yin. She was also in this team. It seemed that Gue Junzi was an extremely powerful person among the teachers of the Starry Sky University. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to lead the top 10 teams. Each of these 5 students was an important person. The other 3 students weren't this year's freshmen. They seemed to be seniors, and their vitality was all above 3. It was normal for seniors to have more than 3. This team is called the Supernatural Team. It's ranked higher than the Great River Team. Li Jun stealthily checked the information on the photon computer. There were 5 senior students, but when they were completing a dangerous mission, they encountered a native cultivator expert. 2 of them were killed, so this small team recruited the best of the new students. Gue Junzi, I discovered that this volcano has an annual magma fluctuation that can eject fire attribute spirit stones. I have been cultivating the infernal inferno path of the 10 directional hell's path for many years. Everything has to be done on a first-come, first-served basis. Why? Do you want to snatch it from me today? Hong Black Prison laughed coldly. You probably want to fight with me? Hong Heiyu, I admit that you're strong. However, the 2 of us have fought many times, and we've always been evenly matched. It seems that there's no need to fight again. Gue Junzi's tone was unhurried, like a scholar's timid elegance. Why don't we let the disciples compete with each other? Today, our disciples will enter the depths of the volcano, and whoever can get the fire attribute spirit stones will be the winner. Your disciples are all in the top 10 of the Starry Sky University. This method of competition is obviously taking advantage of me. Hong Heiyu stabbed the door broadsword into the hard volcanic rock. Under the broadsword, the rock was as soft as tofu. Gue Junzi, although you're trying to learn the ways of a gentleman, you're actually just a hypocrite. No matter what, we're all here to gain experience with our disciples. How about we don't fight and let the disciples fight? Gue Junzi faintly smiled. He wasn't angry. Aren't you? Hong Heiyu, the best at turning the tables under pressure? Putting great pressure on your disciples, making them undergo hellish training. I saw that the pressure in the volcano wasn't enough, so I gave them a little more pressure. You should be thanking me. Remember, in the depths of the volcano, there will be fluctuations in the lava. Fire attribute spirit stones will appear in the depths of the volcano. But before that, you must collect a sufficient amount of pure fire sparks. These flowers can eliminate fire poison and resist the erosion of the lava. After taking them, there will be a cool energy surrounding your body. Each flower has a limited amount of cool energy, only 10 minutes. So you must collect as much as you can and strive to get the fire attribute spirit stones. Remember, collect more pure fire sparks. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the depths of Jiang Li, Li Jun, and the others' minds. It was Hong Heiyu communicating with them using his supreme spirit. On the other side, Gue Junzi was silent. Meng Xingyun and the others nodded repeatedly, as if they were listening to something. It was definitely Gue Junzi who was using his sound transmission technique to communicate with them. Hong Heiyu, then I'm sorry. Our disciples won't bring their mechas, they won't wear any protective suits, and they won't bring anything else. They'll go in with their bodies. How about it? For them, this is also a kind of tempering. Gue Junzi waved his hand at Meng Xingyun and the others. Let's dive into the volcano. Whoosh! Meng Xingyun took the lead and rushed into the volcano. You guys go too. Hong Heiyu didn't say much. He gave Jiang Li a meaningful look and waved his hand. Jiang Li immediately understood the deep meaning in Hong Heiyu's eyes. He wanted him to take up the responsibility of being a captain, to be a good leader, and to be extra careful. He promptly led the other 4 into the volcano. This time, the 10 Directions squad must fight for their mentor's face. Chapter 136. The crater of the volcano was very big. When people entered, they were surrounded by billowing heat waves and poisonous gas. The temperature inside was over 100 degrees. However, these students all had strong bodies. 100 degrees could cook an ordinary person, but it could not harm their skin. After entering, they all closed their eyes and used their hearts to observe the world. Inside the crater, there were many caves. There was a lava river in the caves, and all kinds of bubbles came out. When each bubble burst, lava splashed out. When people walked through the narrow passageway, they had to be careful and pay attention to avoid the lava. Otherwise, if the lava splashed on their bodies, they would immediately burn a large part of their body. The temperature of this lava was extremely high, and they could not come into contact with it directly. Everyone jumped and walked carefully inside. Jiang Li, Li Zhen, and the other four gathered together and walked on a passageway. Meng Xingyun, Tang Yin, and the others also gathered together and walked on another passageway. Both parties followed the lava river in the center and went deep into the crater. The temperature grew hotter and hotter. Everyone felt like they were in a sulfur bath. Even an expert with the vitality of one would be suffocated to death in here. Fortunately, everyone's vitality was above 2, and they had consumed large amounts of spirit stones. Their blood contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which could wash away any impurities and expel any toxic substances from their bodies. Bang! In the middle of the lava river, a huge bubble burst, and a large amount of lava splashed out. Everyone could only see a fiery red in front of them. If they were to be splashed by this lava, they would immediately turn into charcoal. Ah! 2 girls unconsciously screamed and tried to dodge. Don't move! When Jiangli saw that his 4 teammates were trying to dodge, he hurriedly roared and pushed forward with both hands. Immediately, astral energy appeared. An invisible wall of air pressed forward. The air rubbed against the air, making crunching sounds. This wall of air blocked the lava in the middle, and all of it fell into the river. This incident was daunting, but not dangerous. Jiang Li's use of Xiantian astral energy had reached a certain level of proficiency. Every time he used his Xiantian astral energy to control the airflow, he felt that his understanding of the Great Emperor's Wind Seal had deepened. Great Emperor's Wind Seal and Great Emperor's Thunder Seal. He had not yet grasped the deepest mysteries. This guy's strength is pretty good. One of the men in Meng Xingyun's team gasped in admiration, his eyes filled with astonishment. With a single tremble, he turned the air into a wall of qi, and with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind appeared, blowing the lava away without a trace. This kind of method of using innate qi to control the air is extremely brilliant. As he walked, his body vibrated with a unique rhythm. There was a circle of air circulating around his body, pushing out all the poisonous smoke and other air currents. As he walked, his muscles manipulated the airflow to form something similar to a protective qi of vigor. The vitality of such a person was at least 4. Jiangli was far from being able to do this. If someone used a saber or sword to slash at his body, it would be shattered by the airflow surrounding his body. This kind of stellar energy protected his body at all times, somewhat similar to the Vajra indestructible body in wuxia novels. Only when one's vitality reached a certain level would they be able to do so. This kind of person would give off the feeling of a surging wind and scudding clouds with every movement. Even the slightest tremble of his body would cause the surrounding airflow to resonate with each other, creating a kind of airflow force field. This realm is amazing. Jiangli shifted his gaze and looked at Meng Xingyun again. As he walked, he saw that there was also an airflow surrounding his body. Just like that, man, every step he took was firmly planted on the ground. His entire body vibrated, causing the surrounding airflow to explode. His heartbeat, breathing, and pulse all turned into an invisible force that controlled the airflow down to the finest detail. This state made him suddenly realize. So the airflow could be controlled in this way. Many of the problems with the Great Emperor's Wind Seal were easily solved. Right now, his control of innate stellar energy was simple, crude, and couldn't be refined to the finest detail. There was a huge gap between him and Meng Xingyun. He had learned more from Meng Xingyun than from Flood Darkness Prison in this short period of time. This was because Hong Heiyu's methods were too brilliant. He had already condensed a saint embryo and possessed remarkable powers. Jiangli still couldn't understand the methods of remarkable powers, and Meng Xingyun was his next target. When he saw him, he would immediately know what his next step should be. This was the most important thing. Immediately, Jiangli withdrew his gaze and began to adjust his body. He used his heart to feel the undulations of the airflow. His heart suddenly jumped, and all the muscles in his body moved slightly. A stream of airflow immediately began to rotate. However, he couldn't do it as skillfully as Meng Xingyun. This kid's method of controlling innate stellar energy has become a bit more exquisite, an older student said to Meng Xingyun. Look, he can use his heart, pulse, and breathing to adjust the rotation of the airflow around his body. In the end, it becomes a force field of air to isolate the poisonous gas. He's clearly learning from you, another older student said. His learning ability isn't bad. Meng Xingyun also saw Jiang Li's abnormality. This person still has some talent. Although I easily defeated him that day, his counterattack was also very fierce. Cough, cough, cough. Li Jun and the others weren't as relaxed as Jiang Li. They continuously coughed and spat out phlegm. At the same time, they fiercely chopped with their palms, cleaving apart the poisonous gas. Their backs were drenched in sweat. The two girls weren't paying attention, and lava splashed onto their arms. They immediately became charred and screamed in pain, almost going crazy. This was the true torture of hell. However, it was also a part of Hong Heiyu's cultivation. Hiss, 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 hiss. Suddenly a strange sound came from a crack in the rock. Jiang Li's eyes moved, and he saw a flash of fire. A snake scuttled over, quickly biting at Lu Jiajia. Rock fire snake. Li Jun chopped out with his hand, cutting right at the snake's weak point. The snake's head flew off and fell to the ground. Even though its head had been separated, its body was still twisting incessantly. However, the severed head still scuttled up and fiercely bit at Li Jun. The situation was extremely strange. Be careful. Jiang Li flicked his finger, and the wind from his finger immediately condensed into a small spiraling sphere that flew out and exploded on the snake's head. The snake's head immediately shattered. This was practically the divine flicking finger. Moreover, it didn't need external objects like rocks. It just borrowed the flow of air, and when it was flicked out, it was even harder than a rock. Within 10 steps, it could penetrate a person's body. Jiang Li lightly and quickly spun his hand. Using the Tai Chi gathering technique, a spiraling ball of air condensed in his palm. Then, with a flick, the spiraling ball of air exploded the snake's head. It was simply miraculous. This is a rock fire snake. It's poisonous and lives in groups. It feeds on the pure fire sparks that grow in the lava to survive. Once bitten, the fire poison will seep into the body, and the whole body will be charred. However, the appearance of a rock fire snake means that there are pure fire sparks ahead. Yu Tiankai was overjoyed and hurriedly said to Jiang Li. Then he violently coughed, spitting out phlegm that contained blood. It's right in front. Jiang Li blew out a breath, and immediately a strong wind rose. After some of the sulfur smoke was blown away, they saw that about 500 meters ahead, in the middle of the lava river, there was a rocky island. On the rocky island, there was an emerald green flower that emitted a clear air. The sulfur and smoke were all unable to touch the flower. It seemed that the flower had a natural ability to purify the air. Looking at the emerald green flower, everyone felt a trace of coolness in their hearts. Pure fire sparks were flowers that grew in the lava. If people took it, it could resist the fire poison and smoke. Moreover, it could also remove the toxins in the body, purify the impurities in the blood, and extinguish the fire of the heart. Pure fire sparks have appeared. I need to collect a few more flowers. Otherwise, when the lava changes, the poisonous flames in the crater will be 10 times more intense. If there are no pure fire sparks, we can only retreat and let that group of people get the fire tribute spirit stones. Jiang Li knew that the pure fire sparks were very important to everyone. He didn't even look at them and ordered, "You guys wait here." Then he leaped up and with a shake of his arms, his whole body glided in the air towards the island in the middle of the lava river. The lava river was very wide, and the island was at least 100 meters away from the shore on both sides. Only those who knew how to control the innate aura could glide to the other side. Moreover, this kind of gliding was very dangerous. If something went wrong and they fell into the lava river, only death awaited them. This kid is so fast. He wants to snatch our pure fire sparks. On the other side, a senior from the supernatural ability team saw Jiangli jump up. He took a step forward, opened his arms, pressed down, and lifted up. The airflow surged, and he also glided out, not at all afraid of death. Swoosh! In 5 seconds, Jiangli crossed 500 meters and glided to the small island in the middle of the lava river. Just as he was about to pick the pure fire sparks, the senior from the other side had already glided over and landed on the rocky island. He struck out with his palm across the air and then grabbed at the air. The airflow surged violently, emitting a force that could collapse a vortex, wanting to uproot the pure fire sparks. This was a capture through the air. Jiangli frowned and immediately made a move. His palm slashed through the air, and an airwave wind blade slashed at the place where the airflow collapsed. The entire airflow immediately collapsed. The pure fire sparks only swayed a little, but they weren't sucked away. You have some tricks up your sleeve. Your name is Jiangli? The senior stopped. Both sides were 5 steps away from the pure fire sparks, but your vitality is still a little low. I want this pure fire sparks, and this time, don't even think about picking a single one. For the sake of the mentor's face, I won't be lenient. This senior wagged his index finger. He looked like a ruffian, frivolous, and just like a hoodlum. It was very interesting. What's your name? Jiangli calmly asked. Oh, you still want to ask my name? Do you want to retaliate later? Then there's no harm in telling you. My name is Lu Yilong, and I've been in Starry Sky University for 2 years. Junior brother, you're 2 years younger than me. How can you compete with me? Hurry up and call me senior. Lu Yilong's tone was teasing, revealing an evil smile. As he laughed, he took a step forward. His whole body exuded a powerful aura, as if he wanted to directly crush Jiangli. TSK, you're 2 years older than me, but your vitality is so low. Jiangli was unmoved. He pretended to shake his head, his eyes filled with pity as he mocked back. He could see that although Lu Yilong was stronger than him, his vitality was only 3. 2. It wasn't much stronger. Oomph. Junior brother, just a little bit higher than you is enough to defeat you. Lu Yilong coldly snorted. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense anymore. The air around his body fluctuated, and he was about to attack. Go back. Jiangli's eyes flashed as he spat out these 3 words. Lu Yilong's hand stopped, and his eyes became dazed. He had used hypnosis. Although Lu Yilong's vitality was strong, his mental state was a little lacking. It wasn't grand meditation, but minor meditation. After all, the grand meditation realm had its own Tao, and only a few people could reach it. Even Meng Xingyun was in grand meditation, not eternal meditation. Generally speaking, it would be very difficult for one's vitality to advance further after entering a meditative state and reaching 3. However, as a senior who had been in Starry Sky University for many years, he definitely had ways to use various technological methods to increase his vitality potential. Hypnosis, grand meditation realm. In the distance, Meng Xingyun's eyes flashed. As his eyes flickered, the hypnotized Lu Yilong suddenly woke up. With a gloomy expression, he said, "You actually dare to hypnotize me? This is a blasphemy against my dignity." Rumble. He no longer had the ruffian attitude from before. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as he launched an attack, punching out. Chapter 137. Lu Yilong was enraged. His anger soared to the heavens. Being hypnotized was even more uncomfortable than being slapped in the face. This was a type of naked humiliation. Being hypnotized was equivalent to having one's mind and spirit controlled, giving everything to the other party. Being slapped in the face was merely a form of torture. Never would he have expected that Jiangli had already reached the major concentration realm. Even among the seniors, there were very few who reached the major concentration realm. Generally, most of them would reach the minor concentration realm. Lu Yilong was still at the minor concentration realm, unable to reach the major concentration realm. Because of this, no matter how many resources he had, his vitality couldn't increase. It hovered around 32, and the volume of his body couldn't expand. Now, seeing Zhongli reaching the major concentration realm, he felt a deep sense of jealousy in the depths of his heart. The major concentration realm represented that his future cultivation would be smooth sailing. He would be able to progress step by step and cultivate his vitality to 7. As for him, his vitality was like a pool of stagnant water. Even if he modified his genes, the effects would be minimal, and the possibility of failure was extremely high. The limit of one's vitality still depended on the cultivation of one's spirit. There was a saying that was very widespread: the greater the heart, the greater the strength. To progress one's spirit, one's brain cells would first undergo changes. The development of the brain would lead to the increase of the body's potential. If the brain couldn't be developed, no matter how many resources one had, it would be useless. The major concentration realm would definitely be a character in the future. In an instant, Lu Yilong's spirit was blinded by anger. Firstly, Zhongli had humiliated him in public. Secondly, Zhongli's potential was far above his. Roar. When Lu Yilong punched out, the roar of a dragon and elephant could be heard. Astral energy shot out in all directions, seemingly having the power to destroy everything. This was an A-class martial art, Heaven-Piercing Dragon. When he executed the Heaven-Piercing Dragon, its might was extremely great. Compared to Zhonglu back then, it was unknown how many times stronger he was. After all, back then, Zhonglu only had a vitality of 2, while his was 32. Dragon and elephant endurance. When he punched out, his hands were constantly changing. One was like a divine dragon soaring in the sky, while the other was like a giant elephant trampling on the ground, incomparably heavy. As he changed, the yin and yang moved. Naturally, he had the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. However, the meaning of this move, dragon and elephant enduring humiliation, was for cultivators to endure all humiliation, to see the outside world as empty, and to separate their hearts from the world. Only then could they unleash their own potential, to not be frightened by fire, to not be frozen by ice. However, Lu Yilong had unleashed his attack in a fit of rage. He didn't have the bearing of enduring humiliation. Zhongli could see countless flaws in the changes in the airflow. Disdain could be seen on his face as he took a step forward to meet Lu Yilong's attack head-on. With wind in his left hand and lightning in his right, the 8 trigrams of wind and lightning were displayed. Splitting apart the waves, they collided fiercely against Lu Yilong's hands. Their arms had yet to meet, but the air currents collided with each other, producing a series of crackling noises. Pop! In the end, the two of them clashed with their palms. Jiang Li's wind and lightning heavenly emperor's seals profound mysteries actually split apart Lu Yilong's defenses and struck his chest. Roar! Lu Yilong hastily bent his wrist and shifted his elbow to protect his chest before exchanging blows with Jiang Li once again. Thump! 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 Jiang Li took 3 steps back and spun his body to avoid falling into the lava river. Meanwhile, Lu Yilong took 1 step back. This was a contest of strength, and Jiang Li had lost by a little. However, Lu Yilong's face was flushed red. He knew that he had lost in terms of moves at this instant. The difference in vitality still can't be made up for. Jiang Li shook his head. He had grasped the flaws in Lu Yilong's mind and obtained victory in terms of the changes in moves and martial arts experience. He had broken through Lu Yilong's defenses, but he couldn't defeat his opponent because his opponent was stronger than him. There was still an insurmountable gap between a vitality of 3 and a vitality of 32. A difference of 1 was enough to determine the victor. The reason why Jiang Li could withstand it was because his mental state was higher than his opponent's and his martial arts experience was richer. In addition, He had gone through the embryonic breathing training and was much stronger than the average vitality expert with a vitality of 3. Therefore, he wasn't at a disadvantage when they clashed. He could hypnotize Lu Yilong, but Meng Xingyun was disrupting him from behind. Meng Xingyun was also very calm. He transmitted a thought into Lu Yilong's mind so that his own thoughts wouldn't be able to invade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Yilong attacked again. It was still the heaven-shattering dragon elephant. Dragon elephant essence. Dragon elephant valor. Dragon elephant crossing the river. Every move was executed consecutively. Astral chi splattered in all directions. Jiangli used the 8 trigrams Thunder Palm with all his strength to resist. Although the 8 trigrams Thunder Palm was a B rank martial art and had a huge difference from an A rank martial art, it was actually considered an A rank martial art after being improved by Wang Changrong and incorporating the various postures of the Great Emperor's Seal. The dragon elephant rumbled, and the wind and thunder surged. In the fiery red river of lava, the two of them engaged in an intense battle on the narrow island. However, they were both very careful so as to not harm the pure spark in the middle. The two of them continued to fight and exchange blows. They were actually evenly matched. The more Lu Yilong fought, the more restless his mind became. As a senior student, his vitality was stronger than his opponent's, but he actually couldn't take care of a freshman. This was simply humiliating. Jiang Li, on the other hand, became more and more proficient as he fought. Lu Yilong was simply the best opponent and the best touchstone to test his martial arts. He targeted the many flaws in his opponent's martial arts and attacked repeatedly. He felt that if the battle continued, he would be able to defeat his opponent. Enough! Suddenly, a cold voice was transmitted over. Jiang Li only felt his vision darken. He saw a figure suddenly fly over, glide through the air like an ancient sword immortal, and arrived on the island. It was Meng Hangyun. He aimed at Jiang Li and pointed a finger at him. Rip! Astral energy tore through the air and actually took the shape of a sword. Jiang Li's body hurriedly twisted, and he barely dodged. That sword astral energy cut through the rocky island, leaving a ravine. Seeing this, Jiang Li felt a chill rising in his heart. The island beneath his feet was made of hard rocks that even the lava couldn't melt. Even steel probably wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. However, it had been cut to this extent by a strand of astral energy. Just how powerful was the chi flow that Meng Hangyun controlled? This was a true chi sword art. It could cut through a human body as easily as blowing off dust. While Jiang Li was dodging, Meng Hangyun made a grabbing motion, and the pure flame flower was sucked into his hand. Lu Yilong, you're restless and impatient. You need to be steady, or else there'll be a risk of regression. Meng Hangyun patted his teammate's shoulder, and Lu Yilong instantly calmed down. He slowly exhaled, no longer irascible, and recovered his previous ruffian appearance. He seemed to have an innocent and naughty smile, and said to Jiang Li, "Not bad, not bad. Junior, you're very powerful. Senior, I'll let you go for now, and I'll defeat you after we get out." This Lu Yilong was able to restrain himself in time, control his emotions, and understand when to advance and retreat. He was quite a character. Jiang Li raised his eyebrows, but didn't make a sound. He was pondering over Meng Hangyun's series of moves. They were simply terrifying, and he was completely not his match. He immediately leapt backwards and glided to the shore. He didn't dare to stay on the island to avoid falling into Meng Hangyun's evil hands. Although he knew that his instructor was paying attention to the inside at all times, distant water couldn't put out a nearby fire. If something unexpected happened and he was buried in the lava, then it would be a great loss. Hangyun, this brat has enormous potential. If he's allowed to develop, he'll very likely become a threat to you. With his great realm, as long as he has the resources, he can increase his vitality to 7 without limit. Moreover, our instructor and Hong Heiyu have a deep hatred. How about we? Lu Yilong watched as Jiang Li retreated and whispered to Meng Hangyun. Who does he think he is? Meng Hangyun's tone was very indifferent and disdainful. However, I'm very curious. What conflict does our instructor have with Hong Hei-yu? Although the two of them didn't fight this time, I can feel that there's a deep hatred between them that can't live under the same sky. You're an old man brought up by our instructor. Why don't you tell me? This is actually a secret, but you're our instructor's most favored disciple. Haha, there's no harm in telling you. Liu Yilong knew that although Meng Hengyun was a new student, his strength was far above his own. Hong Hei-yu had a woman he loved, but our instructor told the higher-ups of Starry Sky University. They were furious and sent people to kill that woman. That's why Hong Hei-yu wants to kill our instructor at all times. Oh, what does Hong Hei-yu's woman have to do with our instructor? Meng Hengyun asked doubtfully. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Don't tell me that woman isn't a human from Earth? That's right. That woman is a princess of the Qian Empire on the Emperor's Star. At the same time, she's also a disciple of the Qian Academy's dean. She's irreconcilable with Hong Hei-yu, but we don't know how they developed feelings for each other during the battle. This is naturally not tolerated by Starry Sky University. Our instructor couldn't tolerate such a thing happening, so he reported it to the higher-ups of Starry Sky University. From then on, Hong Hei-yu became crazy, but he wants to kill our instructor at all times. This time, our instructor came to stop Hong Hei-yu and his disciple from obtaining fire attribute spirit stones. Our instructor will be very happy if we ruthlessly suppress his disciple. Liu Yilong recounted the events of the past. So that's how it is. Meng Hengyun completely understood. Jiangli, are you all right? At this time, Li Zhen and the others saw that Jiangli had returned and hurriedly rushed forward to ask. The Divine Ability Team's strength is too strong. They're obviously several levels higher than us. There's nothing we can do. I don't think we'll be able to obtain fire attribute spirit stones this time. We won't even be able to collect purifying sparks. Meng Hengyun's strength is indeed strong, but it's not like we don't have a chance. Jiangli was calm and collected. Let's collect purifying sparks first. There's more ahead. We'll go deeper now. Immediately, several people advanced into the depths of the volcano. There were rivers of lava everywhere. Large and small rivers forked, and purifying sparks grew on some of the rocky islands in the middle of the rivers. After walking for about a kilometer, another purifying sparks appeared. As soon as Jiangli landed on the island, Meng Hengyun had already flown over. His speed was clearly much faster than Jiangli's, and he immediately grabbed a second purifying sparks. Holding the flower in his hand, he said in a very cold tone, I advise you to leave obediently. You won't be able to collect a single purifying sparks. When the volcano moves strangely in a moment, without the protection of the purifying sparks, you'll die. Meng Hengyun, there are many purifying sparks here. You can collect as many as you want. Why do you have to steal from us? Zhang Li's gaze was sharp. It's nothing. This time, the instructor told us to obtain fire attribute spirit stones, so we must obtain them. This is the mission. Meng Hengyun didn't even look at Jiang Li. If you obtain the purifying sparks, doesn't that mean there's a sliver of hope? Naturally, I have to kill that hope. As he spoke, he suddenly flew up and swept into the distance. His figure fluttered as he moved with the wind. The way he controlled the airflow, as though it were light, wasn't something that Jiang Li could compare to. There was another purifying sparks in front. Jiang Li didn't chase after him, because he knew that with his speed, it was impossible for him to snatch them from Meng Hengyun. Just like that, they found more than 10 purifying sparks in a row, and they were all collected by Meng Hengyun. Junior, look! Liu Yilong held a purifying spark and waved it in front of Jiang Li from afar. He laughed evilly and then ate it in one mouthful. He let out a satisfied sigh, and his expression was as though he had eaten the most delicious thing in the world. This was a blatant provocation to Jiang Li. What he meant was that he didn't care about what they couldn't obtain and that they could eat as much as they wanted. You're going too far. Liu Jiajia was so angry that she stomped her feet. Li Zhen and the others were also so angry that their teeth were itching. Only Jiang Li's expression was calm, and he wasn't moved. Seeing this, Tang Yin jumped up and slapped Liu Yilong. She said angrily, "You idiot! It's a waste to eat the purifying sparks now. Stop fooling around. Continue forward. Meng Hingyun turned his head to stop them. His words were very forceful. The members of the Mystical Abilities team quieted down and continued forward. Chapter 138. Above the crater of the volcano, two tall figures stood tall and straight. They were Hong Heiyu and Gue Junzi. Both of them were observing the situation inside the crater with rapt attention. Now their disciples had disappeared into the depths of the lava river, invisible to the naked eye, but the two people's thoughts were powerful enough to penetrate inside and grasp everything. Hong Heiyu, it seems that your disciples won't get anything this time? They didn't even collect half a flower of the pure flame flower. When the lava inside surges, without the protection of the pure flame flower, I'm afraid they will die without a burial place. This kind of flame eruption, even I don't have the confidence to save them, and the same goes for you. It seems that you want your disciples to die? Gue Junzi slowly revealed a gentle smile as he observed the situation inside. His scholarly aura was strong, making people feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Courting death, in Jisheng, Hong Heiyu took a deep look at Gue Junzi. Some people seem to be in a desperate situation, but in fact they have a broad road to survival. Some people seem to have the upper hand, but in fact they are courting death. Misfortune is a blessing in disguise, and blessing in disguise. Don't you understand this? Oh, Hong Heiyu, it seems that you still have a lot of resentment towards me. Or is it because of that woman? Gue Junzi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a long sigh. It seems that you are still single-minded, looking for an opportunity to kill me, isn't it? Shut up. Hong Heiyu seemed to have been poked in his sore spot, roaring like thunder. Gue Junzi, you're despicable, really despicable. I want to kill you. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I will behead you with my sword. Then let's see if you have the ability to kill me. Gue Junzi's face became gloomy, and his temperament instantly changed from scholarly to politician, very sharp. In Starry Sky University, my status is higher than yours, so this time I can choose the top 10 students, but you can't. You can only choose from the remaining students. You're the top mentor of the university. Why would the university's top management treat you like this? It's because you almost betrayed us humans on Earth. I will never betray the people of Earth, but I will not support the endless plundering and killing of human beings on Earth. Hong Black, prison grabbed lightly, and the broadsword on the ground was picked up. He gently wiped off the volcanic ash on it and shook it. Buzz. It was as if a great bell was ringing in the sky. I hate all politicians, especially your kind. Gue Junzi, you despicable man. Sooner or later we will have to fight, and I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my blade. Hong Heiyu let out a long and loud roar, causing the gravel on the ground to shake and the wind to surge. You're too impulsive, so you can't beat me. Gue Junzi restored his previous timid and elegant aura and slowly said, I'll soon be promoted and become one of the top executives of Starry Sky University. You won't be able to fight me at that time. Also, your disciple can't beat my disciple. That disciple of mine, Meng Hengyun, is a true genius. Many instructors want to snatch him away, but I got him. Why is that? You know what? It's because of my status and prestige in Starry Sky University. Hong Heiyu, you're not good at grasping power, so you're doomed to be no match for me. The greatest power in the history of mankind is power, not one's own strength. Of course, if you can control power, you can control your own strength. This is also a kind of cultivation. You can't even see through worldly possessions. How can you reach the peak of cultivation? Hong Heiyu's tone was full of contempt. The peerless masters of mankind have already left one by one. They don't have any power, so it's obvious that there's nothing worth being nostalgic about in power. Everyone has their own way. Gue Junzi pressed his hands together, and a large mass of volcanic black gas was shattered into pieces. Power is a kind of destiny. In the past, it was called the destiny of a country. A king of a country can even be conferred as a god, and appoint a dead person as a god. This is the power of destiny. But now, mankind is at its peak, and its destiny is thousands of times more prosperous than before. The higher the position, the more destiny you will obtain. You can't understand this, so it's useless to talk to you. Rumble. At this moment, in the depths of the underground volcano, there seemed to be a huge force surging, and the lava began to boil on a large scale. In an instant, the black smoke became 10 times thicker, and the temperature also rose 10 times. This situation could be felt from the outside, let alone inside the volcano. Hong Heiyu and Gue Junzi were constantly paying attention to the situation inside, but they didn't go down and instead let their disciples do whatever they wanted, because this kind of life and death ordeal was a big test for the disciples. Only in the midst of life and death could heroes be honed. Under the protection of a mentor, there would never be a talented person. As for those who couldn't bear it, they were doomed to be useless and died. Not good. The volcano has begun to erupt. At this moment, Jiang Li, Li Jun, and the others were in the depths of the lava river. They saw the lava in the river suddenly surge, and large tracts of lava rushed out. Black smoke and all kinds of poisonous gas began to spurt out. In an instant, the temperature soared, and the surroundings became fiery red, making it difficult for people to move even an inch. Everyone's clothes were even set ablaze. They couldn't withstand the high temperature, and their skin sizzled. Lu Jiejia and Yang Miaoyu were burned to the point of being naked. Large pieces of their skin were burnt, and they were in so much pain that they almost fainted a few times. This was the real raging fire burning the body. A large amount of lava covered the sky and earth, falling down, not giving anyone any way out. Jiang Li roared again and again, and exerted all his strength with both hands, fiercely chopping and creating a wall of qi, blocking a large amount of lava outside. But there was still a small amount of lava that fell on his skin, and it immediately burned his skin. The smell of sulfur was mixed with the smell of burnt meat. I didn't expect that before I could comprehend the essence of the great Emperor's fire seal, I would be burned by fire several times. Jiang Li suddenly felt that this smell was a little familiar. He suddenly remembered that he was chased by the fire god bird king a few days ago, and was almost roasted. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. I wonder how well cooked I am now. Li Jun and the others were also struggling to hold on. They didn't get the pure flame and couldn't withstand the high temperature and lava. Everyone was burned to the point that they didn't look like a human and didn't look like a ghost. They were relying on their huge vitality to hold on. If they weren't in Starry Sky University, but on Earth, it would be difficult to treat them with modern technology. This was a struggle between life and death. A little carelessness, and they would be burned to ashes. This was the hell of raging fire. Mentor Hong Heiyu never appeared, and seemed to have abandoned them. However, Jiangli knew that this was his true cultivation. Compared to now, the previous cultivation routes were nothing. This was what it meant to be constantly on the edge of life and death. He exerted all his strength and released his innate stellar energy. He manipulated the airflow and turned it into a huge vortex. Everyone was in the center of the vortex, so they weren't drowned by the lava. At the same time, he extended his consciousness and saw Meng Xingyun and the others on the other side of the river of lava. The members of this team were all surrounded by a cool emerald energy that was emitted to resist the erosion of the high temperature of the flames. At the same time, the 5 of them formed a formation and each made a move. They released their innate stellar energy, and the airflow expanded outwards. It was simply an excellent protective shield. This was turning the airflow into a field of aura. It required extremely high skill and a strong vitality. Jiang Li couldn't do it at the moment, so he had to study it carefully when he returned. He was paying attention to the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He knew that once the fire attribute spirit stone appeared, there would definitely be violent fluctuations. No one could be more sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth than him. In the process of the roiling lava, he would secretly use the milky white stone. He would definitely be able to take away the spirit stone in an instant. Although Meng Xingyun had snatched away all the pure sparks time and time again and gained the upper hand, The most crucial point of this competition was to obtain the Fire Attribute Spirit Stone. Once he obtained this, it would be a true victory. But he also had some misgivings. He was afraid that the secret of the milky white stone would be exposed. However, it wasn't strange for the students of Starry Sky University, especially the older students, to have some secrets. In particular, some of the teams that were ranked near the top might not have no treasures. Just like that, the lava became more and more ferocious, and a poisonous gas pervaded the air. Everyone was almost unable to hold on, and their willpower was about to collapse. Even Lu Jiejia and Yang Yaoyu didn't have a single piece of good flesh on their bodies. In some places, the lava had scorched their bones, and they didn't even have the strength to scream. This was hell. The cultivation of the 10-directional hell path had begun. Jiang Li's expression remained calm from beginning to end. His entire body had been scalded on a large scale and was charred all over, but his spirit remained cool. All of the pain had no effect on his spirit at all. He felt as if his spirit and body had been separated. Suddenly, a fiery red sphere rose from the depths of the lava. This sphere was like a small sun, and there were many blazing storms around it. The powerful fire attribute spirit Qi made the depths of the lava even hotter. A fire attribute spirit stone. Jiang Li's spirit stirred. He knew that the most crucial treasure had appeared. Spirit stones were very precious, and spirit stones with attributes were simply exorbitant. They could only be encountered and not sought, and even Starry Sky University couldn't buy them. It was rumored that after a fire attribute spirit stone was absorbed, the spirit Qi and flame essence would undergo geological movement, and the essence of billions of years would completely fuse together. It would cleanse one's body, expand the potential of one's cells, and refine one's bones. It would have unimaginable power. Even if one's spirit realm couldn't be improved, this fire attribute spirit stone could still increase one's vitality. If Jiang Li obtained it, his vitality would definitely increase by another level with the fire attribute spirit Qi essence in this spirit stone. Go! All of a sudden, his spirit felt an extremely sharp edge. It was actually Meng Xingyun who had made a move. Meng Xingyun didn't dive into the river of lava with his body. Instead, he released a strand of sword Qi that swept into the lava, wanting to sweep the fire-type spirit stone out. A flying sword. He has refined a flying sword as well? Could he really be a spy from the Cultivation Society? Jiang Li was shocked. However, he also wanted to study the Cultivation Society's knowledge in Starry Sky University, so making a flying sword was nothing. In fact, if he cultivated a flying sword to the extreme, he could even form a sword embryo when he condensed a saint embryo. This was the knowledge that Jiang Li had obtained from the cultivation world in his dreams. The sword embryo was extremely destructive, and its supernatural power was sharp, capable of cutting through everything. Since his opponent had taken out a flying sword, Jiang Li no longer had any scruples. Under the command of his will, the milky white stone abruptly flew out. Meng Xingyun's flying sword was only twice the speed of sound. Although it was powerful, it couldn't compare to the milky white stone's speed of 5 times the speed of sound. With a flash, the milky white stone arrived below the fire attribute spirit stone. It quietly opened up a sliver of space and rushed upwards. The fire attribute spirit stone was sucked into the depths of space and disappeared. Then, the milky white stone retracted and fell into Jiang Li's hands. He swallowed it in one gulp. Now that he could control his stomach, swallowing the stone was just for preservation purposes. He could spit it out at any time. Only by swallowing it would he not lose it. Of course, the moment he swallowed the milky white stone, he also took out the fire attribute spirit stone and held it in his hand. This was proof that he was the first to seize the spirit stone. What? How did that thing disappear? Meng Xingyun stared blankly. The milky white stone was soundless, and Jiang Li's movements were extremely fast. With a slight flicker, he'd easily caught it. 5 times the speed of sound wasn't something he could see clearly anymore. Next, he released his divine will and sensed that the fire attribute spirit stone had already fallen into Jiang Li's hands. Damn it! Without any explanation, he released his flying sword and slashed at Jiang Li. Rumble. At this moment, a huge wave rushed into the crater cave. Jiang Li only felt a wave of air wrap around him, and then Li Jun, and the others came out of the crater. Instructor Hong Heiyu had made a move. Chapter 139. This time, Jiang Li really saw Hong Heiyu's means. A whirlwind rushed into the volcano, pushing aside the lava. That tall figure was surrounded by a blue stream of air, and a huge arm made of spirit energy appeared behind him. It scooped up the 5 people, and in the next moment, everyone was standing outside the crater of the volcano. Puff! No less than 10 fruits of life were broken, and under Hong Heiyu's powerful strength, they turned into a stream of air that wrapped around everyone's skin and then gradually seeped in. The fruits of life could produce flesh and blood, replenishing the latent life energy, and were the best healing medicine. However, with everyone's serious burns, they still needed to undergo various kinds of surgery, especially the 2 girls who were almost at death's door. They were burnt like charcoal, and it seemed like they wouldn't survive. This was really a life-threatening situation, so much so that their minds began to slacken, thinking that they were already dead. Jiang Li could sense the intense despair and terror in their minds. It was the terror of being caught between life and death. Only Jiang Li was better off. Although his whole body was seriously burned, and some parts even exposed his bones, his internal organs were intact, and he was in good spirits. In his hand, he was still holding that fire attribute spirit stone. "Teacher, I got this spirit stone." He was calm, and didn't want to keep it for himself. Whoa. When Hong Heiyu saw this spirit stone, he didn't take it. Instead, he raised his head and let out a long howl, like a wolf king, shaking the mountains and the earth, as if he was venting the joy in his heart. "You keep it. This spirit stone is for you to use. When we go back, I will tell you how to refine it and absorb it into your body. This time, you did well, worthy of being my Hong Heiyu's disciple. You put yourself in a dead end and came back to life, accomplishing the impossible. Gue Junzi, what else do you have to say?" On the other side of the crater, a figure flashed, and Gue Junzi appeared with Meng Xingyun and the others. His complexion was ashen. Especially Meng Xingyun's expression was even more unsightly. He stared at Jiang Li. "What method did you use to take away my fire attribute spirit stone?" "Your fire attribute spirit stone?" Jiang Li almost laughed. "This thing belongs to whoever gets it first. If I say it's mine, no one can refute me." Meng Xingyun walked forward and coldly said, "You are the first person to snatch something from my hands, but I advise you to obediently hand it over. Don't make me angry." "Angry? Why don't you get angry? Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve." Jiang Li had long since known that Meng Xingyun was aloof. He had used his absolute strength to seize first place among the new students. Naturally, he had developed a domineering aura similar to that of an ancient emperor. He could not tolerate others disobeying him. However, under the protection of his mentor, Hong Heiyu, he didn't feel that Meng Xingyun could do anything to him. Very good. Meng Xingyun didn't make a move. He let out a light breath and laughed instead. "Today, your methods weren't bad. You actually made me capsize in an easy task. However, you stole something from me. Next time, you'll definitely spit it out twice as much." Gue Junzi also swept his gaze over Jiang Li, but he didn't say anything. He appeared very profound. "Hong Heiyu, you've accepted a good disciple." He actually turned the tables at the most crucial moment. "I misjudged him. However, the battle between us disciples has only just begun. My disciple will completely defeat your group of disciples." "Ha, you're talking in your sleep. My disciple can defeat your disciple even when he's at a complete disadvantage. What more in the future? Gue Junzi, just you wait." Hong Heiyu appeared to be in high spirits. He extended his hand and pressed the chip on his wrist. The warship in the sky shot down a beam of energy, engulfing everyone and sucking them into the sky. The warship started up and immediately disappeared into the horizon. "Mentor, why didn't you stop him?" Meng Xingyun turned around. That person called Jiang Li It's very likely that he used a powerful artifact to take away the spirit stones. That's his business. Gue Junzi looked at Hong Heiyu's departing warship, seemingly pondering something. He has secrets on him, but I don't want to reveal them. It's a good thing that you have an opponent. I'll give you a mission now. Dig out the secrets on his body and make them your secrets. Do you understand? Understood. Meng Hengyun stood tall and straight. A sharp aura wrapped around his body. Let's go. The real trial has just begun. The grudge between me and Hong Heiyu is destined to be entangled for a long time, until one side falls. However, he should fall before me. That peerless expert from the Qin Academy won't let him go. The higher-ups of our Starry Sky University are also suspicious of him. His end will be very tragic. He's destined to be a tragic person. Gue Junzi summoned the warship and left. Starry Sky University's freshman base, in the depths of the infirmary. Li Jun, Yu Tiankai, Lu Jiejia, and Yang Miaoyu were wrapped up like big rice dumplings. They had fallen into a deep coma. After an examination, they were not far from death. Jiang Li, on the other hand, had already recovered after a simple surgery. Therefore, he and Hong Heiyu sat face to face. You have secrets on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to seize the fire attribute spirit stone. Hong Heiyu's first sentence was straight to the point. Minter, Jiang Li had already thought of an excuse. But Hong Heiyu waved his hand, interrupting Jiang Li's words. I'm not interested in knowing about this. However, I can see that Gue Junzi can also see that this person has a sinister heart. You have to be careful. Minter seems to have a deep grudge with him. Jiang Li saw that Hong Heiyu didn't pursue the matter. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, all of this was within his expectations. Hong Heiyu had his own path. He was straightforward and free. Naturally, he had a temperament that disdained external forces. He and I cannot live under the same sky. If you don't die, then I do. Hong Heiyu didn't want to continue speaking. Come, I'll help you melt the fire attribute spirit stone. It will cleanse your muscles and bones. It will strengthen your body to the next level. Your mind will be calm, and your cultivation will be sufficient. What you lack now is time. As long as you have enough resources in my training, catching up to that Meng Hengyun won't be a difficult matter. They won't use this fire attribute spirit stone? Jiang Li pointed at the other 4 teammates. Hong Heiyu moved his fingers and made many gestures. A stream of air lifted the fire attribute spirit stone into the air. Their bodies are unable to bear the fire essence of the fire attribute spirit stone. Instead, it will destroy their cells. Moreover, they are currently injured and on the verge of losing consciousness. Once their injuries are healed, their spiritual cultivation will rise to the next level. I think those 2 girls will be able to enter a meditative state. Jiang Li smiled bitterly. Minter's training method is really dangerous. If they don't do it properly, they will die. I think there will be many opportunities to train like this in the future. This is only the first time. Once you become stronger, you will have to experience life and death every day. Once you get used to life and death, you will be able to control life and death. Hong Heiyu suddenly pointed, and the fire attribute spirit stone actually exploded on his fingertip, turning into a beautiful leaping flame. This flame appeared to have 5 colors, and each one was different. Hong Heiyu grabbed the flame and slapped it on top of Jiang Li's head. Jiang Li almost bit his tongue off, and his teeth cracked. This kind of pain seemed to burn his entire body. Even when he was tempered by lightning needles, it didn't hurt this much. Streams of blazing spiritual energy began to shuttle through his body, slowly entering the depths of his cells. This kind of feeling of burning his body made him want to commit suicide. Even his great calm mind almost retreated. Pay attention, protect your mind. This kind of pain is very strong. If you can't bear it and faint, then your mind will regress from great calm to minor calm, or even deep sleep. What's worse is that you will degenerate into an ordinary person. Because you haven't reached great calm, it's normal for your mind to regress. Hong Heiyu's voice sounded. Jiang Li could only clench his teeth and hold on with all his might. Once his mind regressed, he would be doomed eternally. After cultivation, as long as one continuously used resources, one could maintain their vitality. However, with spiritual cultivation, when faced with a major problem, they could instantly degenerate into an ordinary person. It was really terrifying. The tribulation of the heart was hard to pass. It was hard to calm the heart. It was really like becoming an immortal with a single thought and degenerating into the mortal world with a single thought. The intense pain made his whole body tremble, and sweat poured down like rain. His blood vessels were all ruptured, and blood seeped out of the surface of his skin. Moreover, he could only endure this kind of torture and couldn't vent it. In the depths of every pore, Jiangli could feel the fire burning. The fire was also seeping into his brain cells. He couldn't meditate, and there was only endless burning pain. Seeing such a situation, Hong Heiyu's expression turned serious. Once Jiangli couldn't endure the pain, all his previous efforts would go to waste, and the regression of his mind would be the most fatal. In such a situation, Hong Heiyu couldn't help him, let alone alleviate the pain. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would go to waste. Only by relying on his own willpower, persevering bitterly, eliminating all the demons in his heart, subduing the pain, and calming down, could he take a step forward on the path of cultivation. The fire attribute spirit stone turned into spiritual energy, and with the help of Hong Heiyu, it continuously entered Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li wanted to jump up and vent the pain at any time, but he forced himself to endure it. His mind almost collapsed, and he hovered between life and death. In the end, he almost felt that he couldn't hold on anymore and was about to faint. However, a ray of light flashed in the depths of his mind, and the various postures of the great Emperor's fire seal appeared. Meditation and the Flame Sutra. If I were to be reborn, I would transform into pure fire, burn my body, and refine it into glass, pure and untainted. This was the sutra of the great Emperor's fire seal. In an instant, he felt as if the raging fire was nothing to him, and he wasn't afraid of having his body torn to pieces. Moreover, under the burning of the flames, he felt as if his body was made of glass. It became more and more resplendent and more lustrous. All of the pain was completely eliminated, and in its place was a bright light shining from the depths of his mind, illuminating everything. There was a kind of wisdom like diamond, and it could cut through everything. Amazing! Hong Heiyu immediately sensed Jiang Li's mental state, who said that Meng Xingyun was a genius. My disciple is a genius. The spiritual energy of the fire attribute spirit stone continued to pour in, and Jiang Li's entire body became red like a red-hot prawn. The depths of his pores could shoot out flames at any time. The meat was cooked. It was as if he was being cooked alive in boiling water, but there was no pain on his face. Instead, it was serene, and there seemed to be light between his eyebrows. Gradually, the fire attribute spirit stone melted into his blood. Meanwhile, a lot of extravasated blood seeped out of Jiang Li's body, and there was even a grayish-white substance that seemed like calcareous matter. This was some calcareous matter that had been refined out of his bones. Under the tempering of the spirit stone's flame, his bones had transformed into something that was more flexible and more suitable for the human body structure. Closing his eyes and looking inside himself, he could see a faint red color on his bones. Chapter 140. All right, it's done. Hong Heiyu exhaled and smacked the top of Jiang Li's head. Immediately, all the red on his body disappeared, and the fire element faded away. What replaced it was a glazed skin that was glossy and glossy. At first glance, Jiang Li didn't look like a human, but an exquisite porcelain. The fire burned, and the body was like glaze, pure and untainted. This was Jiang Li's current state. He woke up and found that every inch of his skin was full of vitality and had unparalleled strength. His cells were constantly expanding, and the internal structure of each cell was very strong. His internal organs were like steel, and a slight breath would produce a strong airflow around his body. He could even control the wind when he breathed. My life force. Jiang Li punched out and found that his life force didn't increase. it was still 3. It was just that the structure of his body had changed, and he was more resistant to attacks and had better endurance than before. Your life force is still 3, and it hasn't increased. All the fire element spirit stones were used to reform the flaws in your life, to build your foundation. Like an old saying, you're like an old cat turning into a baby tiger. Your strength hasn't changed, but your life essence has improved a lot. Do you feel that the control of the innate earth energy is smoother? Hong Heiyu noticed Jiang Li's doubts and explained. Let me try. Jiang Li suddenly struck out with his palm, using the move Earth Wind. This was one of the moves of the 8 trigrams Wind Lightning Palm. When he released his strength, his entire body would shake in a rhythmic manner. His arms would flash, his wrists would rotate, and his 5 fingers would claw out, continuously pushing forward. There were dozens of minute movements that combined together to form this move with infinite variations. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept across the ground, and the sound of metal colliding could be heard. It was as if this gust of wind was metal, and it kept rubbing against the ground. The power of the innate earth energy had increased again. Next, it will be much easier for you to improve your cultivation. Hong Heiyu carefully observed for a while and said, however, the fire attribute spirit stones are not enough. I see that you have learned the wind and thunder cultivation, so you need to get more wind attribute spirit stones. Thunder attribute spirit stones can help your wind and thunder martial arts reach a higher level. In this world, there are still wind attribute spirit stones and thunder attribute spirit stones? Jiang Li asked curiously. Why not? Apart from that, there are also water elemental spirit stones, metal elemental spirit stones, earth elemental spirit stones, wood elemental spirit stones, light elemental spirit stones, dark elemental spirit stones. Every spirit stone had its own wondrous uses. Unfortunately, these things were too rare and could only be found by chance. Spirit stones were a special type of energy, the only high-grade essence energy that could be absorbed by the human body. In the evolution of the universe, it is very normal for all kinds of elements to permeate, just like coal on Earth. However, it has to go through billions of years of geological movement. Hong Heiyu pointed to the sky. The atmosphere above the Emperor Star is very mysterious. The air currents are so strong that even small warships can be blown to pieces. Such violent air currents combine with the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Occasionally, there will be wind attribute spirit stones falling down. Of course, thunder attribute spirit stones are also produced in the same way. By the way, Tutor, with our advanced technology, can we artificially create spirit chi of heaven and earth into spirit stones? If so, humans on Earth can take a huge leap forward. An idea suddenly occurred to Jiang Li. It is not possible for now because the spirit chi of heaven and earth condenses together into spirit stones. It takes billions of years, and the geological movement is mixed with the most mysterious spatial changes. Hong Heiyu shook his head. Just like 200 years ago, humans on Earth had oil as their energy source. It could only be collected and not produced. Of course, humans are currently researching spatial folding technology. Once the research is successful, they may be able to achieve the first step, which is to liquefy the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Moreover, the spirit chi of heaven and earth is very mysterious and cannot be detected by technology. Only a human with a strong spirit can penetrate the spirit chi of heaven and earth and feel it. That is why, without spatial technology, there is no way to collect spirit chi of heaven and earth. As he spoke, he made a grabbing motion and a ball of air appeared in his hand. The air kept spinning. Hong Heiyu asked, Jiang Li, do you think there is spirit chi of heaven and earth in this ball of air? There should be. Jiang Li took a deep breath. Wrong answer, no. Hong Heiyu turned on the optical computer and ordered, analyze the surrounding air. Immediately, the optical computer began to perform the analysis. The result was oxygen percentage. A series of calculations showed that there was no spirit chi of heaven and earth in the air. How can this be? Jiangli suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He said in shock, "Could it be that although the spirit chi of heaven and earth is on the Emperor's star, it is not in the same spatial dimension?" That's right. Although the spirit chi of heaven and earth is on the Emperor's star, it is not in the third dimension that we are in. It is in the second dimension, so technology cannot collect it. Only when the spirit realm has reached the embryonic breathing realm can one use the power of the heart to pull the second dimension's spirit chi of heaven and earth into the third dimension. Because the power of the heart is illusory, it can enter the similarly illusory second dimension. Hong Heiyu's explanation made Jiang Li suddenly understand. Technology is real, but there is no technology to penetrate the second dimension. So now, to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, we still have to rely on the power of the embryonic breathing realm. Jiang Li also began to understand. Oh yes, teacher, after you absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, can you transfer the spirit chi to others? No, my realm is not high enough. Now, when I absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, this spirit chi will be integrated into the sacred fetus, strengthening the sacred fetus. It is impossible to transfer it to others. Unless I have reached the third level of the embryonic breathing realm, the mixed origin breath, then I can use my mind to liquefy the spirit chi of heaven and earth and transfer into other people's bodies, cleansing them and building a foundation to form a core. Hong Heiyu shook his head, indicating that he had not reached the mixed origin breath realm. However, Jiangli knew that his realm was definitely very high. From the fact that he had rushed into the crater of the volcano and brought the 5 of them out, he could see that his life force was at least in the double digits. All right, for the next few days, you will comprehend on your own. Study more. Don't forget your cultural knowledge. Hong Heiyu's body moved and disappeared into thin air. He really came and went like the wind. When the 4 of them recover from their injuries, I will arrange for even more cruel training for you. This time was already cruel enough. Next time, it will be even more cruel. Are you trying to kill us? Jiang Li thought of Lu Jiejie and Yang Miaoyu's bodies being burnt to a crisp. In some places, even their bones were exposed. They were on the verge of death. He stood up, turned on the optical computer, and started to contact Dahe. The virus that Li Naowei had planted in the optical computer had already been cleared. No one could lock onto his position anymore. However, he was still secretly careful. He felt that he should learn more about hacking in the future to avoid being plotted against. Damn it, Jiang Li, you heartless person. I haven't heard from you for a long time. What have you been busy with recently? I'm doing experiments. Dahe appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at Jiang Li. The horn on its head emitted sizzling lightning, and the fluffy wings on its back spread out, giving off a divine feeling. Its location was in a huge laboratory. Many cats were rolling around in the laboratory. Don't mention it. I was almost tortured to death recently. I just got a breather. Jiang Li saw that Dahe seemed to have evolved a lot. He hurriedly asked, "How is your research on the sky-shaking thunderbeast genes?" There are some small results. However, I still need you to send me some information about the genes. The sky-shaking thunderbeast is too powerful. Although it is also a feline, it is not easy to evolve to its level. Jiang Li, you've made up your mind? Dahe meowed and waved its paw in front of the optical computer. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. Star University is indeed a good place. Bring me there if there's a chance. Haha, no problem. There will be a chance in the future. Jiang Li had an idea. Although Star University forbids others from entering, students can bring pets. Dahe was not a human. As a pet, it could train together with Jiang Li. Then I'll continue my research. These days, I've been in the 3rd stage of genetic change, and I'll soon evolve again. At that time, I may be able to compete with the sonic mecha, and I'll be able to do so with my physical body. Dahe looked very proud. By the way, the Sun and Moon Corporation has not given up and wants to enter the black market on a large scale. You have to be careful. They are courting death. Jiang Li immediately knew that the Sun and Moon Corporation was going to make a move again. This time, it would be even bigger. Although Jiang Tian's death couldn't be traced back to him, The Jiang family would definitely investigate the death of Jiang Tianhe near the freshman base. Once they investigated, they would know that Jiang Tianhe died trying to kill him. If they vented their anger on him, trouble would come rolling in. Fortunately, he had an ambush in the black market with Dahe. On the surface, it was Wang Changrong who protected his family, but in the dark, it was Dahe who protected him. One in the light and the other in the dark. The Sun and Moon Corporation's various schemes would not work. When he improved quickly and returned to Earth, it would be the time to destroy the Sun and Moon Corporation. I recently earned 100 million star dollars. I will transfer all of it to you. In the past, you transferred money to me. Now, I will transfer it to you. Jiang Li smiled and transferred the money. 100 million. Did you make a fortune? Dahe received the transfer. It meowed in fright and jumped up. As long as you are strong enough in Star University, it is easy to make money. Jiang Li, I can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth anyway, so I don't need to buy other resources. The money I save will be given to you to run your business. The things in Star University are very cheap, but to control smuggling, I can't buy them for you. What a pity. It's okay. With this 100 million, I could do a lot of things. Dahe jumped up and down. Awesome. Meow, it's so cool. Jiang Li ended the conversation with Dahe and contacted his parents to tell them that he was safe. He found that his parents were living a comfortable life in the Capital Security Group. He also asked about his sister's studies and found that his sister had made great progress. Her vitality was already 1.2, much faster than his at that time. This was a matter of course. With the guidance of a person like Wang Changrong and enough resources, if her cultivation was not fast, she would simply be an idiot. Finally, Jiang Li asked about his brother. His mother said that his brother was still in military training and did not come back to study. He couldn't help but worry that the military training time was too long. He always had a bad feeling. It seems that I have to find a chance to use my connections in Star University to infiltrate the army and see what kind of training my brother is undergoing. I hope nothing goes wrong. He couldn't contact his brother Jiang Tao right now. Beep, beep, beep. After the call with his family, he received another email. It was actually from Luohan. Jiang Li, how have you been recently? What team did you join? I've joined a team of senior students, and Shui Ling has joined another team. Our training has ended recently. Do you have time? Let's get together. We are planning to complete a money-making mission. While we get together, we can also earn some points and some money. Although it is a bit dangerous, we are well prepared, so it should be fine. Chapter 141. Originally, when Jiang Li was free, he wanted to contact Serene and Luohan for a gathering. He didn't expect Luohan to take the initiative to send him a message. He immediately replied, I'm resting in the freshman base. Where are you guys? Coordinates 124-5625-17893. Come over and we'll talk. Luohan replied immediately and also reported the coordinates. There are no names on the Emperor's star, so he mainly relied on the coordinates. The optical computer showed his coordinates, and after searching, he would be able to locate it immediately. That's far enough. Jiang Li looked at the coordinates. It was more than 10,000 kilometers away from here. He couldn't help but miss Hong Heiyu's battleship. However, that battleship was too expensive and it needed to be custom-made. He quietly snuck out of the human base. In the desolate suburbs, he suddenly opened a space portal and entered. A stone flew through the air. It flew out at 5 times the speed of sound. Although it couldn't compare to a battleship and couldn't fly out into space, it was enough for him to travel. On Earth, in order to fly out into space, one had to reach the speed of sound, which was 24 times the speed of sound. On the Emperor's star, in order to escape the huge gravitational pull, one had to reach the speed of sound at least 60 to 70 times the speed of sound. A mere 5 times the speed of sound was really nothing. Of course, this milky white stone was called the Great Emperor's Relic. It belonged to a supreme great emperor in the universe. It was the most dazzling jewel in his crown. Its functions couldn't be limited to just this. In the future, as Jiang Li's cultivation improved, the power of this relic would increase to an unbelievable level. Everything could only be done after the formation of the holy fetus. That was the beginning of the path of cultivation. As for the realms of cultivation, Zhongli had some understanding. The meditation on earth was called foundation building in the cultivation civilization. Flying in this space is a different feeling. Zhongli sat in the depths of the space and used his spiritual will to control the stone. He could clearly sense everything outside. While flying, he could control it as he pleased. It was more exquisite than controlling a battleship. The huge space was empty. He sat in it very steadily, and it was impossible for it to move up and down. No matter how fast the stone outside spun, the space inside was still as stable as a mountain. Unlike warships, once they encountered strong air currents, there would be fluctuations. The airflow in the sky above the Emperor Star was extremely strong. If there was a huge storm, it could even sweep up mountains. The power of a battleship was still very weak in front of nature. The flight of the Grand Emperor Relic was truly stable. Zhongli was multitasking. He was controlling the flying stone in the depths of the space, while using his spirit to sense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spiritual chi in the second dimension could only be absorbed by the embryonic breathing divine sense. With his current cultivation, he could only absorb the heaven and earth spiritual chi with the Grand Emperor Relic in his mouth. However, just as he was flying, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be spiritual energy gathering in the depths of the entire space. It was as if the great Emperor Relic was using the heaven and earth spiritual chi as a source of energy to carry out some kind of movement. However, Zhongli could not inhale it into his body. It seemed that only by holding it in his mouth would it be effective. He couldn't cultivate in the depths of the space. So rich, Zhongli could feel that the Grand Emperor Relic was absorbing more and more of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, causing the spirit stones in the space to become denser, but he couldn't absorb any at all. However, he gradually noticed that the walls of the space had changed. Originally, the entire space's walls were a milky white color, but now there seemed to be a faint trace of green. The space was changing. The Grand Emperor Relic was changing. Wormhole jumping requires a large amount of energy. After absorbing this energy, some of the Grand Emperor Relic's functions will be developed. Looks like I need to use the battleship to do more wormhole jumping to develop the Grand Emperor Relic's potential. However, if something goes wrong, I will die without a doubt. It's better to use the Grand Emperor Relic to do wormhole jumping experiments. It's not worth it to put myself in danger. Star Sky University had experiments on wormhole jumping. Building 2 wormholes and using objects to do the jumping experiment was a profound science that ordinary universities wouldn't have. However, Star Sky University was humanity's highest educational institution, and its students had to learn this. As he flew, he studied the changes of the Grand Emperor Relic. 2 hours later, Zhongli was close to the coordinates Luohan reported. He jumped out of the space, opened his mouth, and swallowed the Grand Emperor Relic into his stomach. His whole body leaped at lightning speed, and with a shake of his arm, he glided in the air, easily reaching a distance of 100 meters. Moreover, he could also imitate a swallow and spin in the air, drawing an arc originally. A jump was a straight line in the air, unable to change direction midway. But now, as long as he bent his body slightly, the airflow would surge, and his whole body could move in an S shape in the air, completely turning the air into an ocean. Sure enough, although my vitality didn't increase, my muscle activity, explosive power, potential, the flexibility of my bones, and the breathing of my internal organs are several times stronger. The Fire Attribute Spirit Stone is really reliable. Although my airflow manipulation ability isn't as good as Meng Xingyun's, it has completely surpassed Lu Yilong and the others. Zhongli jumped fiercely and actually jumped 4 meters high. Then, with a shake of his arms, the airflow surged, and like a bird, he rose again. When he reached a height of 10 meters, he quickly slid forward. During the process of sliding, he took a deep breath, and a large amount of airflow entered his body, and then he sprayed it out. With a light step, his whole body began to spiral in the air. 10 meters in the air was like walking on flat ground, completely defying the laws of gravity. In fact, this was also a part of airflow manipulation. In the air, he could perform all kinds of evasive maneuvers. Jiang Li quickly advanced, and with his physical outburst, he only used 20 minutes to cover 100 kilometers. At this time, he saw an empty space in the forest, and there was a battleship parked there. It was also a starfish battleship. There were many people gathered outside the battleship, and it seemed like they were discussing something. A team that could afford a starfish battleship definitely wasn't ordinary. With a glance, Jiang Li could clearly see that there were 10 people in the empty space, and it seemed like there were two teams. Luohan and Serene were among them. Both of their vitality had reached more than 2. It seemed that they had benefited a lot from this period of training. He didn't know which mentor they were following. Jiang Li had undergone hellish training with Hong Heiyu. Although his vitality didn't increase much, it was more important to lay a solid foundation. If the foundation was solid, it would be easy for his vitality to soar in the future. Originally, with the help of the Fire Attribute Spirit Stone, he could increase his vitality by a few points, from 3 to 3, 2, or even 3. However, Hong Heiyu used the Fire Attribute energy to expand his cells, muscles, bones, and to change the internal structure of his life form. He had always kept his vitality at 3. Luohan, our 2 teams should be enough to complete this task. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to call other people. In the open space in the jungle, the members of the 2 teams were resting, rubbing their palms, ready to go. Among them, a man said to Luohan. His behavior was experienced and his tone was calm. Obviously, he was a senior student. He had been in Starry Sky University for at least a year and was very familiar with all aspects of the environment. The friend I called is very strong. He will definitely be able to help us a lot, especially his hypnosis skill, far surpassing that of an intermediate hypnotist. I think with his help, this task will be even less risky. Luohan's tone was very cold. Is he a senior student or a new student? Several senior students came up to ask. New student. What's so great about a new student? Is he Meng Xingyun? Or is he one of the top 10 students in the ranking competition? A senior student sneered. When he comes, you will know. Luohan didn't refute. She seemed to have great confidence in the person coming. Someone is coming. So fast. Who is it? Everyone was curious about where Luohan's confidence came from. Just when they were about to ask again, they heard the sound of breaking air. Then they saw a person like a big bird gliding down from a giant tree in the distance. Riding the wind, the airflow rolled up, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the open space in the jungle. Not relying on a mech, riding the wind, his ability to control airflow is very strong. Several senior students felt a chill in their hearts. Jiang Li had already arrived at the open space. Luohan, Serene, your strength increased very quickly. Luohan jumped up. Jiang Li, long time no see. I missed you. Serene was still as lively as before, cheering in a joking tone. She jumped up and flew towards Jiang Li. Luohan stretched out her hand and grabbed Serene, who had jumped up and lightly landed on the ground. There's so many people, don't mess around. Jiang Li couldn't help but smile. The 3 of them had gone through life and death together, and they had a tacit understanding. He had also experienced hellish training, so now that he saw them again, he felt very close to them. Serene stuck out her tongue at Luohan, then turned around and introduced. Jiang Li, I joined the Thundercloud team, a senior team. One of our team members was expelled because his studies weren't good, so I joined. This is our team leader, Lei Zheng. Hello. A tall figure stepped out and shook hands with Jiang Li. This person had an imposing appearance, broad shoulders, and a strong back. He gave off a sense of security. Jiang Li looked at him and saw that his vitality was at least 3. 5. Although he couldn't compare to Meng Xingyun, he was still a senior. As soon as the 2 shook hands, Jiang Li felt a powerful force pass through him. The other party was clearly testing him. However, he had been able to fight evenly with Lu Yilong in the volcano, and after refining a fire-type spirit stone into his body, he could even contend against experts. Now that the other party shook his hand, he was secretly shocked and used the great emperor's lightning seal's lightning arts. Crackle! Their arms simultaneously exploded, and Lei Zheng let go. His eyes flashed with astonishment. What a powerful lightning art! His body is so strong, and his vitality is at least 3. He's quite a character. This time, Zhongli received the acknowledgement of the team leader. Oh, there's such a powerful person among the new students. Another team leader stood out. It was a woman with slender eyebrows. Her school uniform was well-ironed, and she had the air of a professional woman. However, she was fiddling with a gun in her hand, giving off a very violent feeling. It was as if she could shoot at an enemy at any moment. This is a small nuclear missile gun with a range of 10 kilometers. The bullet has an automatic tracking function. At first glance, Zhongli knew that this gun was extraordinary and had great lethality. This is the captain of our snow dance squad, Ji Qingwu. Luohan introduced them and said, "Our squad still needs some points to get on the scoreboard. This time, we're here to complete a dangerous mission, and we need Zhang Li's help with hypnosis." What dangerous mission? Zhang Li saw that everyone was ready to go, and the atmosphere was serious. It seemed that the wind was blowing and the water was cold, so he couldn't help but ask, "Rescue our companion. Yesterday, one of our students was taken away by the aborigines of the Emperor Star's Deqian Academy. We must rescue him today." With a click, Ji Qingwu pressed the bullet into the gun and said seriously, "We're going to face the intelligent life on this planet, the human cultivators." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.